Hello, everybody. Hope everyone had a great holiday season. Sorry that Santa was unable to get on. It was a very unusual, not that unusual, because it happened at least 3 times here. There's a utility pole at the corner of the street, and it has all of the not just electricity, but even all the utilities like the internet, cable internet, and all of that. And a car slammed into the pole, and I think it's the 3rd time in 25 years that I live here that it happened. Which is, I don't know, it's just positioned at a stretch of the road where there's a little curve, and there's like 2 roads getting together there. So I don't know, there's drunk people, or I don't know what, people that are looking at their smartphone, basically. So last Sunday, around about 1 p.m., everything just went dark. And according to the utility company, they were supposed to come back at 4, so I thought, well, I'll just do an hour late. And what happened is that they evaluated that the pole needed to be changed. So because of that, it changed the time frame of repair. And instead of being back at 4 p.m., they changed it to now it's going to be back, but only at 9 p.m., the time that we take out the old one and put the new one in place. So that complicated things and made them impossible for me to do a show. So it was just sad. I know a lot of people were looking forward for the Santa show, but unfortunately, he wasn't there. Second thing that I want to talk about, well, I'll talk about it maybe a little later, I'll repeat it later, concerning the drawing of 2 CIDX memberships and a surprise box. One of the good things that happened in all of this is that this week I noticed that my list of names was wrong, and there are people missing on the list. So in fairness to everybody, to make sure that no one has is missing on the list, I will be doing the drawing next week, so that to make sure that everyone that donated is on that list. So we'll do that, because I want to be fair with everybody, make sure everybody has a chance. And also for those, somebody asked me the question, and the question was, if I win a CIDX membership, does it mean that I'm not eligible for the box, the surprise box? And no, you are. So what is going to happen next week is we're going to draw 2 names for the memberships, the 1-year memberships, and I'll put the names back in the box, and then we'll redo a mix, and then choose the one for the surprise box. So that's what we're going to do. So but military communications, free to choose, is not constant. It's, you got to stay on one frequency and wait and listen when they decide to do communications. So even if you monitor those frequencies right now, it doesn't mean they're used at this time. It is, and it's like you listening to the global command from the United States Air Force. It's not constant. It's messages appear here and there, but you got to be there monitoring all the time, constantly, I did hear some Spanish on this frequency, 14569, about an hour ago. I haven't heard anything since. So it means you got to be patient and you got to just put yourself on frequency and listen and leave it there. So we're going to monitor this regularly. I'm going to leave it on a little bit here, and we'll tune with the ICOM a lot more for some of this stuff. And we have Blogger Die that is offering a Codicen receiver to add to the surprise box. So we're going to talk about that, and I guess you'll be shipping it directly from your place to whatever address I have for whoever wins that surprise box, which is going to be nice. So anyways, we'll check that out, Blogger Die. I saw your email. I'll just send you another little email, probably maybe tomorrow or Monday. And thanks for the offer. It's really nice to have something added to the surprise box, which will be an neat little surprise box for whoever wins it. And I guess we'll do that maybe once a year at Christmas-ish time. I have a little surprise box to give away. I've got a few receivers that I have two or three of them, so it'll be interesting. Yeah, RTH, exactly. It's like scanner radio. You got to monitor and wait until something happens on the frequency. It's the same thing, definitely. So, okay, let's start this. And I'll repeat some of that info a little later of what I just said. It's nice to have all of you here. I hope you guys had a great holiday. Mine was somewhat quiet, but interesting. It was kind of fun. I had different, usual meals. That I do at the holiday season, and turkey and tortilla du lac Saint-Jean, which is a Quebec francophone meal, or that we do, and things like that. So but rather quiet. Also went to my nephew's for Christmas, which was a lot of fun. My nephew, my brother, my other nephew Francois, which his wife is officially pregnant, so we still don't know. They're going to do a gender reveal thing in a month to let everybody know if it's a boy or a girl. So life continues. Life is pretty cool, and it's kind of neat to see all of it, and then see the world and the family continue. It's always funny when I tell my friends, when we talk about this, I always tell them that I was an uncle at like 5 years old. So it's like, it's kind of weird. So anyways, welcome everyone. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show, where we are every Saturday at 20 hours UTC, glued to our radio, and just tune the bands, check out what's out there, talk about some of the radio stuff. I just shared the frequencies for the Venezuela military. All of them are upper sideband, and it's a mix of voice communications, mostly in Spanish, and AL communications that you can actually decode with software if you use what's the multi-PSK software. It has a AL mode where you can actually see the AL messages go through when they broadcast that digital mode. So this is something you can check out. So like I said, 14.569 upper sideband. I heard something in Spanish roughly an hour, a little more than an hour ago. It lasted for maybe 10 minutes. Was definitely some kind of two-way communication going on. And I haven't heard anything since. So it means that these frequencies are not necessarily used frequently, but it also means you put your radio on some of the frequencies and you just leave it there and hope that you'll hear something. Just like most utility signals, where you just hang on and wait. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we are here to entertain and have fun with radio. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people if you want to join in. They are great people that are just there to, enjoy the show, help out, sometimes answer questions, and or you might have questions. There are no stupid questions. We say it all the time. There are no stupid questions. You're not born with shortwave knowledge in your brain. You got to learn. And to learn, well, you got to have people that are there also that could help out and maybe answer some of the questions you will have. It's a great place for this. So this is really, really nice to have all of you here. When this is over, we have a Facebook group that has the where everybody continues, where a lot of people continue to talk about radio and share what they're listening to, radios they're using, and all of that. We talked about it, of course, last time, the famous little WT2 portable that Old Radios is talking about right now. I've got, since the last time we've gathered together, I've got a Ligiani RD239 that went down to about 50 Canadian dollars. I thought, okay, let's grab it. And I got it next day. I think it was next day shipping. So this was on Amazon Canada. And of course, I've got on Christmas Eve, which was neat, getting it on Christmas Eve, because it was kind of like a Christmas gift. The Deep Elect DP666, which is very interesting, very nice to play with, and I've been having quite a lot of fun with this little receiver. Uses the automotive chip, the TEF6686, and means it doesn't have single sideband, but it has a nice touch screen, and it has a lot of nice features, and so there's going to be a lot of videos coming up in the next few days, for sure. I'm doing a kind of a change in the way I'm doing things on YouTube in the year to come. So, my end of year for me, the last couple of weeks of December is always time to reflect on what do I do with my YouTube channels. What direction do I want to give them? And so it's something that I will be increasing and really increasing the amount of videos on the channel. I've been having a hard time doing a lot of them, but I'm gonna kind of do it in a different way. Also, I want to do a lot more of videos of actual use, and here is how you do things. Here's how I listen to that. Here's how I tune this type of signal. and so on with different radios, and kind of try to have you take maybe your portable radio with you everywhere you go, because there's always something out there to listen to, and you might have a spot where it is interesting because the noise is low and you can take the time to listen. Even if you have just 10 minutes, just having 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. You did radio, and so you never know what you can get in that 10 minutes, and you could be surprised at the signals you hear and all of that. So I'm going to kind of do a lot of that. I know a lot of people would like me to have a little bit of hands-on, like me using the features of each radio, talking about them, what it does, and how I use it to increase and improve the reception. Kind of a human manual. I'm going to do things, and you just look at me pressing the buttons and explaining the numbers and whatever there is to explain depending on the feature that is on each radio. So these are all things that I plan on doing a lot more of. And so this is, I think 2026 is going to be interesting on the channel for really an increase in listening. And one of the things I want to do is, we got to admit there's, a lot less to listen to in terms of international broadcasts. But there's a lot to listen to in many other types of signal. And I also will try to kind of get people excited of look at what is out there, what that types of signal are, and identify more of the signals and the radar signals and the things that people are often, what's this? What's that sound? So I am going to increase the output on the channel. So we'll see. We'll look at that in an increased input in 2026. Try to get more people listening in on all the stuff that's out there right now that could be heard. And on the international broadcast side, there's a lot of countries we don't hear anymore. But on utilities, pretty much every country around the world, almost all of them, have something that's on. And that is also something that, you should be chasing. It's like there are still stuff from Australia on utilities and from, all countries that you might not hear anything anymore on the broadcast band. Look at Germany, for example. Germany has a lot of HF frequencies of different utility signals. From HF fax to Navtex to even voice weather. They have a few broadcasts in German. So there's things like that people don't listen to or don't know they exist. So we'll be checking into that a lot. And of course, if you want to have fun with your radios, utilities and amateur radio bands are what is giving you a lot to listen to. And there's boring stuff. There are boring hams on the bands, but it's not always the case. And it's not always, you've got to get the excitement, even if it's just a contest, for example. If you hear a guy from Greenland and get the excitement of, that ham is from Greenland. I'm hearing a signal from Greenland. And he's making contacts with other stations and so on. So there's a lot to be heard on the bands. But it's different. And, it's not like in the 70s or 80s where it's more complicated now because of the lack of, not a lot of English particularly, because there's a lot of international broadcasts to be heard. There's not a lot of English language broadcasts, and that could be something also that a lot of people have a hard time because that's the only language they understand. And I'll be using and checking out more and more on how to use a smartphone or a computer, and like Google Translate, stuff like that, to help out and explain. Look, you can listen to a broadcast in Spanish even if you don't understand it with Google Translate, for example. It's going to translate the language for you and things like that. So, anyways, a lot of stuff that I want to talk about, show, and it's going to be interesting. So, the different things that are out there that can definitely be either decoded in digital mode with different software, and or voice communications of all sorts. All right, Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. And Happy New Year to everybody, by the way, as we are starting this new year. We're January the 3rd, 2026. I am so used to writing 2025 that I actually put in the title 2025 when I posted the name of the live show. And I corrected it, but unfortunately the problem with YouTube is that once you correct it, it still shows up as the old title when you actually are looking at it. So yeah. One of the things that some of you might have gotten, because there's more and more people that are talking about it, that they have the new World Radio TV Handbook, the paper edition, the book itself. A lot of people are getting those. If you get it through CIDX, you should be getting it soon because they are being shipped out. Sheldon was talking about it on Friday about the shipping, and some is being shipped by him. Some are being shipped in the West by Mickey Dalmage because it will lower the postage costs for some of the people that ordered it in the West Coast of Canada. So this is going to arrive soon for you because it's really they're being they're in the mail for the most part, and if not, soon to be. So you should be getting it within the next week or two for those that have the paper edition, the last paper edition ever. Next year it'll be only a electronic edition because paper edition costs too much. So to make, and I mean, they're expensive. If you look at the price of a WRTH, I did not order one because I do not use that reference much personally. But for what it is, it's a great book, but it's very specific. It's really catered more to broadcasters and people in the media than it is, regular or shortwave listeners, if you want. It's not like the Passport to World Band Radio, which was really catered towards their shortwave listener. So, anyways, if you don't have it yet, it should be there within the next week or two, as more and more people are getting it. So, I'll do a little cheers at my beer. And let's check it out. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from a crispy Northeast Illinois. Here we had the coldest temperature yet on, I think it was on Wednesday morning or Thursday morning. Thursday morning, we had minus 26 here, which is about minus, 15 Fahrenheit, something like that. And we're supposed to have another blast of, tonight is supposed to go down to 0 Fahrenheit, minus 18. And tomorrow night, I think it's going to be minus 22, so about minus 10 Fahrenheit. So we're having some really cold weather, but it's going to go back up to about 32 Fahrenheit, 0 Celsius during the week. Free to choose. Nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Québec. J'espère que tu vas bien, que tu as passé un beau temps des fêtes. Paul Richardson, nice to have you here from New Brunswick, Canada. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board from Niagara Falls. That is St. Catharines, Ontario. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. MPR TVG, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Brian Leisner, SDR Connect, check. PL990X, check. Coffee next. Blogger Die, nice to have you here from Chile, Virginia. Robert Garino, nice to have you here. I've not checked in for a while. Nice to have you on board from Northern California. You have Rick Myers, nice to have you here. KO40SA from East Central Florida, 74 degrees. 54 Cal, nice to have you here. Northwest Pennsylvania. Blogger Die, so is the New Year's baby leading today? Given the Santa's back at the North Pole. Yeah. Jay Dakota, hello. Nice to have you here from Chili Day in Winsville, Missouri. Happy New Year to all. Was sure surprised by a new present, one I was not expecting. A LC90 Mini from Shoyang. Cool. Hope you're having fun with that. Still trying to figure out all the functions on the new set. Not something I was anticipating. Cool. Old radios. If you heard a drunk guy on the WT2 Global Group early Thursday morning wishing you Happy New Year and love you all, that was me. Brian Lisner is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hey Perry from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Nice to have you on board. Fred Waterer misses 16-meter band stations one used to hear regularly from Venezuela. Yeah, imagine the same thing happening now, but happening with all of those stations back then. Ecos del Torbes, which was powerful powerhouse on 4980. I have QSLs here from like Radio Barquisimeto. What was the other one? Was it Radio Rumbus? There were quite a few from Venezuela back in the day. Pretty crazy. Wired Dave, nice to have you here from Temple, Texas. DH1AO, nice to have you on board from a German island. Nice to have you here. Metalunar, nice to have you on board. Arthur's Crafter's Kitchen, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. All radios, I got radio yesterday in 1938 Zenith chairside, trying to get rid of the ugly paint job by the previous owner. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Metalunar, wow, that pole just keeps jumping out. Yeah, the pole, it's the pole's fault. It must be one of those freaky poles that just jumps in front of the cars all the time. Penny C, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year. Brian Penny, nice to have you here. Happy New Year. Mr. Paul has been taking its spot in the Christmas village under my tree. And I took a picture this morning to show you guys how he's getting comfy in the Christmas village. And you could see that he derailed my train. So, yeah, he thought this is a good spot to take a nap. So, he derailed the train, unfortunately. I don't know yet if there's any casualties. And what else? I think I took another picture of Paul in the tree. So this was the Christmas, the Happy New Year Paul picture. So me and Paul wishing Happy New Year to everybody. And what else? And Mr. Paul in a different angle, sleeping just at the edge of the Christmas village. just at the edge of the Christmas village, trying to get some sunshine. So this was pretty neat. And what else did I? Is there another picture that something I was trying to? Something came to mind and now it's gone. So, anyways, yeah. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board from windy Florida. Dex Far 74, Happy New Year, nice to have you here. Fred Waters says Santa Gel checked the list twice. Yeah. Free to choose. Yeah, so just scan them more. Often these are not often they're not used that much. Also, there's propagation. Some of them might be used but not propagating up to here on the Venezuela frequencies that I posted. Needle Buster, nice to have you here from New York. WF7 I Homebrew Bert, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation through PayPal. Blogger Die also, thanks for the donation through PayPal. Don't forget that if you like what I do, you want to help out, got new toys I'm going to talk about and make videos, and we're going to have a lot more videos coming up. Plus, we have the live shows every Saturday. And so this is something that you like and enjoy. Think about it. A donation helps tremendously, helps keep this alive and online through either the super chat here, or there's the pizza fund, which might be Chinese food fund tonight, and cat treats through PayPal at this email. If you use the email of the official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com, it also works. But I'm pretty sure tonight will be Chinese food night. So if you want to make sure I don't, lose weight, become all skinny because I can't eat, thanks for the donations, guys. It is much appreciated. Hardcore DX Lithuania, nice to have you here. Welcome aboard. Blogger Die says, yep, he's going to ship direct, and it's a radio that is courtesy of the Kodasend company. So that means next week when we do the drawing for the two messenger CIDX memberships, we have that surprise box that we'll also have in a drawing, and included with that will be a Kodasend DX 286 that will be shipped direct. So not only will you have a surprise box, but you'll have a Kodasend radio. So thank you, Blogger Die, and thank you, Kodasend, basically. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Happy New Year. Can hear just about hear some Chinese music on 12161. Anonet 78, nice to have you here. And got shortwave radios to all his grandchildren. Well, you know what? Hopefully in there, some will become, radio fans. Juiced Van Dalen, nice to have you here. Bonne année et bonne santé toi aussi. Thank you so much. Cleverson, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas and 5KVO. Hey, Jasmine from Seattle, nice to have you on board. Clint Catalan, nice to have you here. We have free to choose. Well, 7850 is, but 7849 could be a frequency where they don't hear CHU down there in Venezuela, and it's okay for their own communications. So these are utility signals, utility frequencies after all. Old radios, I was using Google Translate to find out what your friends in China are saying on the WT2 global group. Tristan, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. I made a contact with Newfoundland ham station, I think it was yesterday, on 17 meters. Brian Leisner says self-santed a WT2 and have mixed opinions. Made contact in the global room, some Chinese using translator. So, yeah, that is kind of weird. I need to play more with those groups. It is kind of a little weird. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Blogger Die. Yeah, the problem I have with the RD239, unfortunately, and I can mitigate it, is, you know, how I often complain about the FM breakthrough here because of very strong FM signals. It unfortunately has a very hard time handling that on shortwave. It has FM breakthrough throughout the shortwave bands. Now, I can mitigate it by just, you know, like leaving the antenna rather short. But it's kind of not really cool, unfortunately, to do that. But you know, depending on where I'll use it, I'll probably have better. On medium wave, it seems to be very, very good. That's one thing I did notice immediately. On medium wave, I just put it on 580, and CFRA Ottawa, which is 100 miles away, is coming in like real well. So anyways, I'm going to play more with it and do a review here. Try to find some spots around the house where the FM breakthrough is not as bad. There's a spot in the kitchen near the metal shed where most radios that have that problem actually behave better. So, different gear. Watch the antenna socket on the RD239 is very tight. Okay, we're going to check that out. There's I found it very interesting to see the flashlight. There's a flashlight which is one little flashlight, and also the full side can actually light up, which I found to be very nice. It's interesting to have the NOAA weather channels. I found that to be a cool addition to the radio also. So, because this thing is like more than $100 most of the time everywhere on Amazon here. When I saw it while scrolling, I saw it at 51 something Canadian. I thought, oh, $51. I'll buy that at 51. At 100 plus, I thought it wasn't worth it. But at 50 some dollars, I was like, yeah, that's good. That's good. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you here. Happy New Year. And yep, let's hope 2026 a good one. Old radios, I was brave enough to say a couple of things on Thursday morning due to me having 5 beers. And, you know, this is something that you will actually have improved if you go at it constantly. If you know, get that nerve up to go on and say, hello, is anybody there? After you do it, you know, a dozen times, you're going to start to get the hang of it and be okay with it. But think about the fact that most people there are all in the same situation as you were. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Blogger Dice says, I carry a Cordicen SR286 in the car all the time. And that's a good idea, actually, to have one in the car. So everywhere you go, you always have your portable radio to, you know, check out stuff. Richard Califano, Happy New Year. Nice to have you here from Albany, New York. Blogger Dice says, a feature of improving reception using radio features is something I'd like to watch. So this is something that I will definitely play a lot with and try to give, you know, I'm trying to find my very specific niche in shortwave, because everybody that has a shortwave channel has its own thing. I want it to be somewhat just enough technical to help out, but not too technical that people will drop out. Kind of a um, you know, a balance here, so that I don't have people like, okay, now it's getting too complicated. Same with, you know, utilities and decoding digital signals. Trying to find the best way to explain how that works and not make it, you know, to a point where it's so complicated that people just don't want to continue watching the video, because it's like, okay, you just lost me here. Trying to have everybody understand exactly how it works to do it. Jasmine, lean into utilities. Yeah, absolutely. There will be. And I've done quite a few in the past, including with some software to decode digital modes and stuff. It's the biggest problem. It's like on some devices it's okay. I mean, if you're doing it with your smartphone to decode a digital mode, it's rather easy to actually explain that, because it's, for the most part, every Android phone does it the same way with the same software, or the iPhone will do it the same way with the same software. I have here, unfortunately, I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it. I got a iPhone, which is from my friend that passed away. Unfortunately, it's locked. And from what I understand and from what they told me, there probably isn't any way to unlock it. And it's sad, because I don't want to use it as a phone. I just want to use it connected to my Wi-Fi. And since it's a you know, later generation, it's one of the latest iPhones, I would be able to do both iPhone and Android phone videos for the same thing, which would be helpful for everyone, because there are slight differences, and there are software that are available for one but not the other. So anyways, I'm going to check it out. I'm going to go to the Apple Store directly, explain the situation there, and see if one of those geeks can say, well, okay, we can, you know, we could just reset it in some way, or it's, you know, because I understand that, you know, for security reasons why they locked it, but yeah, but that person's passed away. Can't you, you know, unlock it, erase it, and you know, I'll use it personally, and you know, we'll start from scratch something. So right now we're in a, you know, I'm in a circle, because I can't have access to so his phone is disconnected and all of that. So that means, oh, we're sending you a security code. Yeah, but that phone number doesn't work anymore. Oh, we're sending you an email. I don't have access to the email. I'm stuck in a impossible task right now. Artist Alley Crafters, my Sony ICF 2010 is going to become my Take Everywhere radio once I've put the new antenna on, after I sliced the original off with the car moonroof. Whoops. Oops. Photo Call Ireland. Nice to have you here. Happy New Year. Brian Leisner checking back. Lee Gianni RD 239 obtained last spring under 50 with points and coupons. Those coupons sometimes just crash in there. Jeff King, good afternoon from somewhere in the middle of nowhere, on 1 hour and a half south of Jacksonville, Florida, at work. So take it easy. Gardening and drafting. Nice to have you here. Just bought a Sony ICF 2001D. Radio is mostly praised for its best shortwave reception. It is a great radio. You're going to have fun with it. J. Waterson 69, nice to have you here. DH1AO says 147 kilohertz, RTTY, sea weather reports from Pinberg, Hamburg region. Yep, and the Pinberg frequencies on shortwave also, like, what is it, 7882 and 15. There's one in 15 megahertz also, which I hear regularly, actually. Brian Leesner, the WT2 was a blast to play with and frustrating. There are issues to deal with. Yeah, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. Definitely. Old radios, I was listening to 7200 crazy nut frequency. Fred Waterer, there's still a lot of radio programs. You just need to look a little harder. Yep. Jasmine, if I'd show decoding and plotting of plane and ship positions. Yeah, I've done some. I've not done explanations on how to do it, but I've done quite a few videos on the channel of showing that in action. The high frequency, the HFDL high frequency data links, and DST, which is the digital what is it? Digital, anyways, on HF. And with the plotting of, and you can even do some of that with the Kiwi SDRs online, so you don't even have to use your own software and radio. If you want, you can go online and use a Kiwi SDR to do some of that. Yeah, there's actually somebody that sent me. He started doing some marine digital stuff, and he started checking the giving me the some of the loggings that he caught by, because one of the things that's fun with that, you can just leave it on, go do something else, come back and look at what the software decoded while you were gone, and it's kind of interesting to see all the boats and all the ship to shore communications going on in a digital way. All radios are welcome to non-English broadcasts. It really shows I'm getting stuff worldwide. Andy New, nice to have you on board. And happy 72nd birthday, M7CUN from the UK. So there seems to be another place where hams talk on 3927 lower sideband. Actually, on 80 meters, there's a lot of hams that have conversations. You just tune from anywhere from 3600 to 4000 kilohertz lower sideband. You'll hear quite a lot of chit chat. Some nights there's really a lot of people there, it's one of those places. 160 meters also. If you get some hams, I get maybe 7 or 8 frequencies, especially from the northern U.S. states of like New York, Vermont, and hear these guys every night having chit chat. Some of them, a lot of them, are having chit chat with and technical talk. Gardening and rafting, I'm using it for a couple of days, and when I compare it to the R108 pre-L330, I'm surprised that these two perform better than the Sony ICF 2001D on my shortwave and medium wave. What do you say about it? If it's the original that never has been tweaked and recapped, it's possible that your Sony simply needs to have some love. It needs to have somebody to check the radio, maybe realign it, and maybe do some change the capacitors. It could have lost part of its sensitivity because it is an old radio, so the components might have changed over time. Personally, I think it should be up to par, at least to a PL330. Personally, yeah, it might just need some love and a little bit of capacitor changes and stuff like that to bring it back up to its peak performance level. Because for me, it should be as good. Technically, I don't see why, especially a Sony ICF 2001D, I don't see why it shouldn't be as good today. TCal 6C6N, I want that multicolor clock. So nice. Yeah, I bought it on Amazon. It's set the way I said it. It changes color, but you can have it a specific color that's never changes, and it's big enough, so I like it because I thought for the live show it's easy for people to see the UTC time all the time. So let me just okay, here we go. Found my spot again. By the way, guys, I'm about 25 minutes behind. I'm catching up. Fred Waters says, I'm an Aquarius. What else would a waterer be? Kevin, nice to have you on board. And season's greetings, WS2H. Just set up my Uniden Bearcat 536 scanner. It's not expecting much, but to my delight, I'm getting tons of police, airband, and fire activity. I'm not surprised. It all depends on where you are. There are still tons of places in the U.S. where everything is still analog. A lot more than people think. It depends where you are listening from. And I was thinking about you, by the way, Kevin. I think it was last week. They were showing on one of the weather channels here. They were showing the cold weather that hit Florida, and I was like, "Whoa, Kevin must be probably not on the beach today," because it was man, you guys had some really cold weather. There was even some freezing expected, like in the northern part of Florida. I was like, "Wow, okay, that's cold." Ray Hawksworth, nice to have you on board from a rainy Victoria, British Columbia. Yeah, Passport to World Band Radio was great. I loved that too. I always love to have that. J Projects, nice to have you on board. And says, playing with my first HF set up in the backyard. Cool. Cool. Yeah, back in the day when Passport was there, back in the day, I would most of the time I would buy both. I'd buy the WRTH and the Passport, and have those every year. But back in the day, the prices were a lot different. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board, my friend. Craig Martinetti from Ontario. GMAC, nice to have you here from the Great Smoky Mountains, East Tennessee. Captain Mott, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. What else do we have? Fred says, love the photo of Jill and Paul. Sean Harvey, it isn't radio, but if you go to TV Garden and click Venezuela, there is an English language news station coming, showing damage caused by U.S. incursion. So thanks for sharing that. And David's Radio Room, nice to have you here from a cloudy central Georgia. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. MW1EWJ, nice to have you on board. Artist Lot Crafter's Kitchen has Paul been putting on the pounds. He looks great, but hefty. Oh, he's a big cat. He's a big cat. He probably weighs a little more than 25 pounds. But last time I went to the vet Although the vet did say that he was he was overweight. He asked me if he was still going out in the backyard strolling. I said, "Yep." He goes down the 3 stairs and goes and plays with his cat friends, and comes back. So he said, "Yeah, it'd be better if he'd lose weight, but if he's moving, if he's going everywhere like that, he's okay. He's fit. He can still move around. It's okay." The funniest thing about Paul is that he always asks me to put him on the bed. So he wants me to take him in my arms and put him on the bed. And I thought at one point, well, maybe he's too big and he can't jump on the bed on his own. But the thing is, every time I go away, surprise, surprise, when I come back, he actually jumped on the bed on his own. So it's like, okay, I can do it, but, why do it when he can do it for me? RJ Dakota remembers Radio Rombos, Radio Barquisimeto from back in the late 70s. Used to enjoy their music and broadcasts. Yep. Yeah, beer is pretty good. Pretty good, actually. It's one of my little things for 2026. I want to do, like last year. Last year I took a few months without drinking alcohol, which lasted about 3 months. And I'm starting Monday. I want to kind of try to do the same thing. And so next week I probably will have I'll go back to what I used to do, which is some cranberry juice and sparkling water mixed together. Blogger Die says, yeah, where I live, the FM stations are nearby, so I don't notice the breakthrough. Yeah, here it's crazy, the breakthrough, and actually I'll make a video showing how it's nuts. So in this area, in this environment, the Ligiani has a really hard time. It's if you extend the telescopic to the max, you won't hear any shortwave signals. So that will be my negative side to it, and I guess it goes with the fact of depends where you live. If you live in a big city near strong FM stations, it might be a problem. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from a cold Denny, Scotland. Very happy New Year to you. So, lang may your lum reek. Okay. Chuck Davis, begging Canada to have more shortwave stations. The media in America has been corrupted by Israel, and yeah. But, we would love to have Radio Canada International back up in some form, personally. Really, really, it's something that would be, I think, great and helpful for a lot of people. RJ Dakota, out where I live, the closest FM station is in Troy, Missouri, several kilometers distance, so it's not too bad here. Here in Montreal is especially here. There are areas in Montreal that aren't too bad, but here, for some reason, I don't know if it's the pattern of some of the FM stations, and we do have some powerful FM stations. If a radio has a problem with that, it's crazy. That radio is going to be a problem here. I imagine that is one of my major complaints. When you get sorry, when you get a radio like this and you paid $50, somewhat there is a forgiveness of, yeah, okay, it has a hard time with that because of the price point. But when you get the Sangean ATS 909X2 and have the airband that is totally useless because of that, and you look at the price of a Sangean, that's where I'm like, okay, that is unacceptable to me, because at the price the Sangean ATS 909X2 is, There shouldn't be FM breakthrough on the airband. There shouldn't be FM breakthrough on shortwave at different places. Not for the price the radio is sold for. Compared to, this is $50 Canadian, which is like, 40, not even $37, $38 US. At that price point, you're like, well, yeah, they didn't put all the filtering that it should have been. Yet, there are $50 radios I got here that aren't fine with it, Like in R108. Let's see it on R108. Or XH Data R108. It doesn't have FM breakthrough. And it works fine, and it's even less expensive than this one. So, it's tough one. And not everybody, and that's the other thing, is that not everybody lives in the environment that I live in. So for a lot of people, this radio will be fine. So that's where it's difficult, especially when people come up to me and say, well, your radio's broken. No, you don't understand. You really don't understand the reasons and the conditions that make this happen. And so you got to be careful, Let me just check something here. So there's an NID Pirate on 6935 AM. So let's go here. 6.935. Nothing much here. I don't hear much here. But apparently something on 6935 right now. There will be some Russian Morse code number stations in about an hour's time that we'll have to take a look at. All right. Paul Richardson, like the channel's friends, it may pull in more viewers. So, yeah. Jim Gordon. Corilo Sila, nice to have you here, and thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Just checking the SDR Bonaire in the last 3 hours, and the state of VE. And the state of VE medium wave is sad. The only network reporting something in Venezuela. Okay, in Venezuela you're talking, yeah. National radio at 1320 kilohertz. Yeah. Blagodide, Emmanuel for the RD239 on Amazon says the firmware is version 3.3. That's what I updated mine to. That version allows playing audio profiles to radio. Most radios just do that for MP3. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Did I see... Does it record on the... I didn't take a look at that. I think it does. Man, my eyes are getting hard. Yeah, record. So you can record off the Ligiani, right? Into an SD card. What you're listening on the radio, right? That's a cool feature on a radio, though. A lot of radios, unfortunately, you know. Jasmine, you can sell it on eBay and buy an unlocked iPhone. People do buy locked phones. Hackers can unlock them. Okay. I'll check that out. I'll see what I can do with it. But I'd like to have it working because it'd be kind of cool to have, you know, an iPhone. Because I don't want to really buy an iPhone just for that. But if I could, you know, if I could have that one working, it would be kind of cool. Fred Waterer, St. Catharines, where I live, is almost exactly in the middle between Toronto and Buffalo, New York. Together, they make one of the largest radio markets in North America. Wow. I get the best and worst of both countries. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board from North Illinois. Logadice says the AI says that if you can provide proof on inheritance, Apple can unlock the phone. Well, I do have the proof. I have all of it. But it's a little more complicated than that, Blogger. When he didn't have all of his abilities and he tried too many times to unlock it with bad passwords and all of that, and it puts the phone is not just in a state that I can't recover because of that. It seems to be in a state where Apple itself tells me that this phone has been locked to a point where, you know, you can't use it anymore. Anyways, I'm gonna see what I can do with that. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. The father's passing this weekend, so thanks for the distraction. It's sad to hear, and all I can say is my condolences, and you know, take care of yourself. Extremely important to take care of yourself. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. Happy New Year. Photocall Ireland recently done an ETM scan on PL330, was getting interference on almost all stations. Turned out to be very strong signal from RRI, which was overloading the radio. Yeah, especially if you're using an external antenna, you got to be careful. Portables have a hard time with that. They are mostly meant to be used on telescopic. Blogger phone is passcode locked out, but not activation locked. You can just enter the passcode repeatedly until it wipes the device and returns it to factory settings. Huh. I'll see what I can do. It's on my kitchen table, and I see it every day. I'm like, yeah, so bad that I can't do anything with this. DH1AO, I wish there had been QESDR back in the 90 to monitor my own transmission in my targeted area. There are so many things we wish there were back in the day. One of them is, man, imagine if we add a imagine if we had a SDR. If we had our SDRs back in the 80s or 70s when we were listening to shortwave. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Blogger Die, wiping my old iPhone 7 for my hairs. Ricky, nice to have you here. Banane, nice to have you on board. About -10 in Calgary currently. I've been stalked in by fog for a third day in a row, which is really weird. Wow, that is weird. Here it's -12 right now. RJ Dakota, wonder if there are many fans of Stranger Things here. Noticed some cool thing about the radio station in season 5 as far as memorabilia. I had fun with season 5, especially episode 5 through 8. Yeah, I like the fact that they have that radio station and all of that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And I think in the first episode of season 5, so Mike gets on his bike and he has a portable radio, which looked a lot like one of the portable radios I got here that I'm trying to find that is made in China. I need to go back and look and pause and examine it but it does look like one of those Chinese portables that I have here, which kind of does the job because it does look like an analog radio from back in the 80s. And it's like he put the radio in front of his bike or something. So some interesting stuff there. I'll have to go and check out the details because I watched the whole series, but look at the details of the radio stuff in there. There must be some interesting things that I've not noticed. Markid, nice to have you here. WM9K991. RJ Dakota says some of the bumper stickers and posters were from local St. Louis area stations, notably what used to be called KIRL in 1460. All right, I'm going to have to check that out. Landy K. Waterski, Texan made a new radio, PL520. I haven't seen it on Amazon yet, but it is available on AliExpress. $80-ish. It's a PL330 upgrade supposedly. That's interesting. A PL520. I will ask Anonco if I could have when I'm gonna check Anonco if it does. Anonco have Does Anonco have the PL520? Texan radios. The S2200 is not in stock. H501X is not in stock. Okay. Oh, for the United States. It is for the rest of the world. 520. Do they have that here? They don't seem to have that. 880. I don't see a 520 on their website yet. I'm going to check regularly. You're sure it's not a 320, right? It's a 520, you say? Because I see a 320. Which does look like a 330. Let me check it out here. I need to buy that. I want to buy that Texan 2P3 AM transistor radio that you have to build. I think I'd have fun with that. So, okay, 520. Let me just Texan PL 520. Oh, yeah, look at that. The 520 AliExpress with single sideband. Does look like a 330. It seems to have less buttons than a 330. Let me compare that to 330. Oh no, it really looks like a 330. Totally looks like a 330. But the buttons are kind of redesigned, but they're, instead of being square buttons or rectangular buttons, they have round buttons on on the top. Definitely looks like a 330 with a few changes. Here it is at 82 US dollars. So, it does look like some kind of upgraded 330. Definitely, it's interesting. Thanks for sharing the info here. I'll look at it if it shows up on an onco. I'll ask Anna if I could have a one for free to play around with. Yeah, you're right, Blogger Die. We got to be very careful with what words we use when we talk about what's on the radio. I did find that the comment was not very appropriate. I'm in a good mood. Captain Mott says, Paul is king. RJ Dakota, my larger cat actually lost a little weight, about 5 pounds. Kursovic, nice to have you here. I'm 7ETK. And the UK, pretty cold. Blogger Die, I got an FM notch filter to block FM to use with the RTL SDRV3, but I found it didn't need it. Captain Mott, what's new here? What rig you're running behind? So this, what you see on the screen is actually the screen of my ham transceiver, the Yaesu FTDX10, which is right here. So I haven't heard anything for 14569, by the way, was frequency for possible Venezuela military. Heard something about an hour before we got on the air, but I haven't heard anything since. So let's go down here. There's something here. There must be a contest, because look at that. Look at that. Just put this down. Down. So right here. RTTY contest. In effect. So which means I could go here. I could go to what first? Back. I'm gonna go to RTTY. So K5 VIP, thank you. Alpha Bravo 9, Yankee, Charlie. I hate the outetchy, the tuning of RTTY is on the radio. So Kilo 4, Golf Mike, 599 is the signal report. So it's KC4GM, KC4GM. So it's some kind of contest going on, RTTY. I guess it's VA for Virginia. CQ, CQ. CQ, KM40, Q. CQ, KM40QO. So KM40QO calling CQ. So this is the decoding of the RTTY from the transceiver decoder itself, which I kind of hate. I'd rather use a piece of software to do it. What else do we have? Art is Out of Crafter's Kitchen. I'm just over a year and a half without a drop of beer or alcohol. Very cleansing, and you notice it in your face and skin. No one believes my age. Yeah, I know. It's that's why I want to take a break from it. Last year when I did the 3 months, I actually could see that there is not there was a difference even in my everyday activities where I had more energy, a lot more energy. RJ Dakota, when I worked in downtown St. Louis, every empty spot on the FM band is covered by noise. I got the RD239 is slightly over 50 US on Amazon US. So I got it for a good price. Yeah, the famous reasons why prices go up, like that. Ray Oxford, thank you so much for the donation. And always nice to have you here. Joe, riding in South New Jersey, wouldn't get hyped yet about buying new 520. Wait for the reviews. Yeah, and we got to be careful because we've got to remember that some text and receivers had flaws when they were receivers of I'm just lost here. The PL330 with a single sideband was wrong at the beginning before they updated the firmware to fix it. And so we got to understand that that could be a possibility, and we got to wait for the fix to actually happen. So definitely wait for it. Jim Gordon, I have an XH Data D109. It gets breakthrough from both FM and shortwave stations like the Ligiani. It's quite cheap, and I use it for listening stronger shortwave stations and locals. Yeah, that is one of the big comments that I had on the D109, which was the fact that, yep, there's FM breakthrough everywhere. It does suffer from it here too. Once again, there are ways to kind of deal with it depending on where I listen with it. There's a spot in a park that I go to that I had the D109 with me one day, and noticed that when I would put it on the park bench at that specific spot, it would avoid the FM overload and was working great as a shortwave receiver. But, it's the problem with that, and this is always what I hate, is you can't expect people to understand that that is something that, works. So what happens is when I hear people saying, well, you're complaining about nothing. No, I'm not, because if somebody doesn't want to pay too much for a radio, ends up with a radio like that, lives in a city like I do, and hears nothing, and the only reason it's because there's FM breakthrough that prevents you from hearing anything, then he's going to think the radio's like, there's nothing on shortwave. He's not going to think necessarily the radio's no good because he hears static. He might just say, oh, this is a hoax. We don't hear the world on these radios. That's the sad thing. Brian Leesner, I like those quirky radios like the RD239. Look, if it doesn't have a flashlight built in, it's worthless. PL990X and the trash bin, no flashlights. One of the things also that was very, very impressive, and how many times we talk about the buttons that have to illuminate. Look at that. They do. If I play with the button here, look at that. They light up. All the buttons light up. We want that in radios. And they do it on such an inexpensive radio. Come on, everybody else. Wake up. You can do it. They do it. Do it. That is something I love. It's like you're in the darkness, you still see the buttons. Blogger Eye, yes, it records. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm going to play with that for sure. So, old radio showing WT3 needs SD card recording since it has a slot. Brian Leesner to 239 has a line in. I think it will function as a tape recorder. Yeah, that's possible also. Yeah. Bill Penn at Waterfall on the 49 meter band back in the 80s would have looked like 20 meter band today during a major contest. Absolutely. Absolutely. Imagine all the signals. Imagine the utility bands back in the day. That would have been something. So, KM40QO calling CQ. Jim Gordon says, lately I've been rotating my radios. I'm currently using a Panasonic RF2200. It was one of the last great analog shortwave sets that was superb on medium wave AM. Its weight gave you some physical exercise too. Yeah, radios back in the day, they sure did. GMAC PL520 on AliExpress. So yeah, like we saw, Landy K Waterski. I found it. I'm gonna check it out. If it becomes a major radio that's Texan we're gonna sell, it's going to be on an Onco. And when it does appear on an Onco, I will actually write to Anna and ask for a test version of it to play around. Different Gear TV. Different Gear TV says looks at that as a kicker stand like the same in Dakota Sen. Craig Martinetti, sorry for not commenting to all my dear friends. Hey, no problem, man. Blogger says, yep, the 520. It's got a kickstand. Yeah. The 330 does not. That's an advantage. How many times I've seen that comment on the 330? Why no kickstand? Hello, Prasad. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you on board from India. Different Gear TV. It's got a favorite button with a heart on it. Kenneth, happy 2026. Nice to have you here from the soggy Tucson, Arizona. Don't worry, Craig Martinetti. We all love you anyways. Toast and love. Nice to have you here. GMAC, I bought a PL680 from an Onco for Christmas. 147 US dollars. Man, I can't believe when you think about the fact that I bought a PL680. Now, the Canadian dollar, when I purchased the PL680, the Canadian dollar was at par with the US dollar back in the day. And I paid something like $75 or $80 for a PL680, which was like half the price. Jim Gordon, I can see a Texan PL505. Looks like a redesigned PL310. Anyone know this set? Yeah, I've seen that a few times, the 505. It definitely looks like a PL310. So, yeah. Robert Cross, Happy New Year. Nice to have you on board. Yeah, better late than never, Craig. No problem there. Brian Leesner, these 520s might be the early release. I've only heard about China only release. Yeah, if it's not a non-co and if it's officially going to be released for everybody at some point, usually when it's not on a non-co, it might still be in the testing phase. So I would avoid purchasing right now the 520 because you don't know if it could have some firmware glitch. And unfortunately, this is the problem. You know, we're getting used to some radios that we can actually update the firmware ourselves now today. Texan is still on the old school. You got to return it to the manufacturer for an update of firmware, unfortunately. Because that was, like I was saying, that's what happened on the 330. The PL330 I have here is the Chinese pre-release. It's got the single sideband flaw on it. So the single sideband is like in reverse. And so they fixed it when they pushed firmware. I think they fixed it at firmware 3303. And all the firmware after that were okay. Brian Leesner, but yeah, cool looking, absolutely. Don Royal, nice to have you on board. There's another Crafter's Kitchen. I do miss sitting out on the porch listening to the radio with ice cold beer. Is something relaxing about it. Yeah. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from chilly northern China. WM9K Mark, nice to have you on board. Welcome aboard. Tosenlof, LEDs cost more than shielding, I guess, but good to have. KD5NJR, nice to have you here. Happy New Year. RJ Dakota, that's the only third time that I've ever seen one of those small radios having an MP3 recorder. Yeah, there was the Tivdio V115 records. There's another one, I forgot which model. And now this one, Ligiani. I definitely will. Actually, I'm short on SD cards. I'm gonna have to go and purchase a bunch of them to have all of my devices ready with SD cards in them. And I need more because I even have my vintage computers like the Commodore 128, Commodore 64, the Amiga 500 that use the drive that they use. I use a special drive with SD cards to have the disk images of the different games and software for those old computers. Don Royal, Happy New Year. Nice to have you on board from Sin City, Arizona. Blogger says the RD239 has a microphone. Kevin, I see the 520 uses the micro B charger. So that's interesting. Arches Auto Crafters, RF2200 is actually rather light until you load the D cells. Oh yeah, that definitely. You put D cells in that thing, it's like you're back in the 80s. Kevin, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Landy K. Waterski says, I bought one with the batteries in them for portability. RJ Dakota, I never use any kickstand on any radio. They are usually somewhat fragile. I have an actual stand to put my radio on, like a book stand. It is a white, shiny plastic stand with no conductivity. Yeah, I do have stands that I use here that I got 4 of them that were given to me by fans that actually made them themselves. But, when I bring a radio like that with me to a park or to, to one of my walk in the park videos or urban de-expeditions, I like to have a radio that has its own kickstand for that. So, what else do we have? And Jeff, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year, and to ZNN and CB, KKD8665. Jim's radio check. My issue with the PL with the 330, my eyes ain't the best, and it's very hard to see the buttons. Yeah, those radios are small, and because the radio is small, the buttons are small. I definitely understand what you're saying. Also, sometimes there are colors that have been chosen that aren't the best. For example, one of the worst for me here is this orange PL 368, where they used white letters and numbers, where they could have put black, or it would have been better, easier to see on orange. Things like that, unfortunately. RJ Dakota. Doesn't know if my PL330 seems to be okay. RJ Dakota. Yeah, well, if you have as long as you have firmware 3303 and later, the sideband is okay. Or else it's reversed and it doesn't work well. RJ Dakota, my Texan ICR 110 uses those SD cards up to 32 gigabytes. Can record hundreds of hours of audio. Craig Martinetti, take care, my friend. Stay safe. And see you next week. Bob, South Coast UK, nice to have you here. Tesla connected my PL330 to my computer to see if it would connect. Nope, I've never tried that. Yeah, no, it doesn't connect. It will charge from your computer, but it doesn't connect. It's not a device like that connects that the computer will see. And that's why you can't update the firmware from it. It's really used to only charge. Old radios, glow-in-the-dark number pads. Brian Leisner, I'm colorblind and I really struggle with the red text on the dual-purpose buttons. Yeah, that also is another problem very often. That's one thing where a lot of these radios and a lot of what we get in technology, you see it's not adapted to people with disabilities. That you do not notice any of that when you're not challenged. An example of that is in my caregiving duties. I am the person that I am taking care of is in wheelchair, cannot walk, and until I arrived to that moment, you don't realize how most of everything that is actually out there, most of everything isn't at all taught for people that have disabilities or in wheelchairs and stuff like that. So this is the problem, is that we're in a society where when they built a device, when they built something, they don't really think about anything else than normal people that should be okay to use it. I'm getting older. One of the things now is that more and more I sometimes get a new radio or something and I need help from my friend because I have a hard time seeing something, Ricky says, I can't say I use my PL330 too much, but the paint is coming off the 5 button after a couple of years. Yeah, some of my radios have that problem where the where the keys I've lost. But that's everything. I got my $2,000 gaming laptop. Half of the keys have no more letters on them. And it's like, come on. There's better ways to do that. But, you know, you kind of find a pattern at some point. We all do this, I guess, is remember when you want to enter a frequency and it's dark. Well, just, find the 5 key. And from the 5 key, we kind of, haphazardly go into the other keys to punch in whatever frequency we want to try to listen to. So, So KM4OQO still going good with CQ, CQ, CQ. I'm going to try something here, see if what's propagation like right now. 25 meters doesn't seem that fantastic. It's there. So we've got our DTY here. We've got China via Mali on 11975. Radio MRT 11930. 11860. Brazil starting to come in pretty well on 11780. KNLS via Madagascar and Chinese coming in 11610. And here I saw some comms. There's something here. Looked like some kind of, oh, here it is. What was that? Eleven 396. My secondary 8846 and report Irito on 8846. Yeah, that's New York. I guess it's New York. Air traffic. Yeah, New York air traffic control. Pretty strong 11396 upper sideband. So, yep. GMAC, my PL330 has 3307 firmware. Yeah, I believe that's the latest firmware. Jim's radio check, PL600 has a little raised dot on button 5 so you could feel your way around. Yeah, there's a few Texan receivers that have that so that you can actually find where you are. Old radios. I wonder what the split second band on my 1938 Zenith is all about. GMAX is okay. What do we have here? GMAX talking about an LED headlamp, and there was something that came up as an idea the other day. At the dollar store, they had a very small gooseneck LED lamp that used AAA batteries, and it would clip to whatever. And I was thinking that on some of my radios where I used a stand, I could easily use that, clip it to the stand, and have it as a small LED light that shines down on the radio so I could see the buttons on radios that don't have illuminated keys. And I didn't buy it, but it was cheap. It was like $4. I should have. Next time I'm gonna go, I think I'm gonna buy one and just try it. And it's just what I hate about these is the fact that they work with batteries. Is like the battery always need new batteries. Although I think I have rechargeable AAA batteries. I'm gonna have to check that out. James Radio Check says I have a Royal 7000 and never realized it could actually receive sideband. It happens. Sometimes we just don't realize something about a radio. I've so many times on some of the radios that I've owned for years noticed a feature that I'm like, what? I didn't even know it had that feature. Until you have to, read the manual sometimes, and it's like, oh, look at that, it can do that. Jet NG is Sanji and HDR 16. Are you happy? Bill Penna, Trenton Military Volmet. Let me try it. It's very, very. It's very exceptional here that I'll get 15034. Ooh, look at that. Nope, nothing there. Yeah, not totally. I hear it extremely faint. Extremely faint. I'm not sure that it's on yet, but let's try. Let's try 6754. Nope, 6754. It's probably too early. Might not have started yet. And usually it's not a winter thing for me. 6754 is in the summer. Jet NG, yeah, the Gander Volmet signed off for good, absolutely, last year. What else do we have? Wayne Leisner. The Royal 7000 is the definition of a boat anchor. It is an awesome radio, and it's a couple of $1,000 in today's money. Yeah, some of these, it was very interesting. There was a series of article on, the cost of living in the local newspaper here, La Presse, and they compared as far back as they can go with their own archives of how much money we would pay for stuff. And it's crazy. There's stuff in the 1930s, 40s that the amount of money you would pay for is exponential compared to the salary, compared to what we're paying today. So they were saying there's a lot of things that we got to be careful when we say, hey, it's more expensive, today, because when you compare stuff, it depends on what. And a great example I think we could see is our radios. I mean, there were no $50 radios with an LCD or a digital display in 1980. You would not have paid $50 for something like this. First of all, it would have been, 10 times bigger. Second, it would have cost $300, if not $400. Well, $300 in 1980 is like $1,000 today. So there are things that we're like, oh, well, it's kind of more expensive today. Yeah, but still, when we look at radios like what we have today, they're not expensive compared to what they used to be. And actually, in that list of things they actually had on the newspaper, they were talking about buying a radio set, a basic AM/FM radio set in 1950. And the price that you had paid for a basic AM/FM radio, which today you can have for like $10, was equivalent to like $700 today, because they were really expensive back in the day. So it's very interesting, because there's a lot of stuff when you put it relative to prices they once were, is totally crazy. Totally crazy. So, you know. What else do we have? We've reached, at some point, I don't know if you guys noticed, we've reached 180 spectators in our viewers. 180 at some point. Quickly, if you like what I do, if you are here all the time, if you love what's happening here, and kind of go and share and talk about radio and tune the bands and all this stuff, don't forget, you can give a little something through the super chat here. And there is also the Chinese food fund for tonight, because that's what I will be actually ordering. And cat treats. And through PayPal, you can send that here at this Yahoo email. Or even if you send it to officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com, also works. So thank you guys for the donation. It is much appreciated. It is very, very important to maintain what you have here. And it is a lot of fun to be here all the time. And it's thanks to you guys. Thanks for the donations. And we will talk about what's coming up next week in terms of contest. There's a little something. So, what else do we have? Brian Leisner, the Zenith manufacturing was no joke. Oh, God. Tell me about it. Tosin loved keys for the password. That tells you how many times you log into your computer. Jet NG, yeah, air traffic control is still there. All the air traffic control from Gander still exists and still are on for traffic control. It is one of the major air traffic controls for the Atlantic Ocean with New York. So yeah, absolutely, Gander ATC is still on. Brian Leisner was getting WWV on 25 until the sun went away. The sun went away, WWV went away. Let's check out if I can get it here. Yeah, it's not super strong, but it's still coming over here. It's still coming over here, but it's not very strong. We're about to lose it. I mean, the sun is set about half an hour ago here, so a little more. So just want to tell everybody that gave donations today, and all the people that gave donations in the last months. Next week is the drawing of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships for all of those that donated. And surprise box. Surprise box will contain a lot of surprises. But we know that it will also include, thanks to Cortesen and to Blogger, a Cortesen DX286 portable receiver. We know that it will also include a Countycom GP7 SSB. So 2 beautiful radios that will be there, and some other goodies. There could be more than 2 radios. Some goodies in there. So all of that will be drawn next week because I wanted to do it today, but noticed that after going through the list, there are missing people. And I want to make sure that everybody is in there. And last but not least, even if you win a CIDX membership, you're still going to be in the drawing for the surprise box. So that's happening next Saturday. And it is for all of those that have donated whatever amount, including today. So if you like what I do, what about thinking about it? You never know what it could actually bring in terms of surprises and in terms of, even just winning a CIDX membership, a Canadian International DX Club membership. Okay. I didn't check the email. Just want to make sure I didn't miss out on anyone. Miss out on anyone. Did I miss out on anybody? Thank you, Ricky, for a donation, by the way. Brian Leisner, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated through PayPal. And we have in 3 minutes M12 Morse code spy number station from Russia. If you guys want to try 6879 CW. We'll try that. 6879 CW. 6879 kilohertz. CW. If you don't have CW mode, it's 6878 upper sideband. And we'll see if we can hear it in about 2 minutes time. What else do we have? All the radios, I paid $400 for my S2200X, and it is a way better radio than that $300 radio or $400 radio that you would have gotten in 1980. It would have drifted. It would not be half of what the S2200X is. Brian Lee, there's radios, TVs in the 50s, 60s, 70s where furniture expensive and you called for service. If there were issues, you fixed the thing, didn't replace it. Yeah, I remember my dad purchased a 20-inch TV in 1980 or 1979. And boy, that thing was like $500, $600. And I remember going to one of my best friends, and they had a 26-inch TV, and they'd have the TV repair guy fix it when it went bad. And I still remember seeing the tubes. It was a tube TV, and we're talking 1980. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California. And says, looking forward to tuning the bands with my Texan PL 680 and MLE 30 on the roof. Cool. Jet NG, to me, the 330 and the HDR 16 are better for me. So is the ATS 909X2 and SDR2 Malahite. Kathy, nice to have you here from Northern California. I'm hearing Trenton Volmet on the Texan S8800 and K480 WLA. I'm hearing the Morse code. It's in the noise, but I'm hearing the Morse code on 6879. The propagation must be not too bad right now. Wire Dave, thank you so much for the donation. And Jeff, fun fact, when Morita invented the Walkman, he discovered it wouldn't fit in a shirt pocket, so he sold shirts with larger pockets. Oh, that's nice. Has to fit. Look at that, my DX300 that cost $259.95 in 1980 would be $1,015 in current US dollars. Can you imagine that? $1,000 for DX300 was okay, but it wasn't a, you know, when you compare it to today's sets, it's not that great. Brian Leesner, the HDR16 kicks ass on medium wave. That's no joke either. Paired with a passive loop. It's like the HDR. The Sangean line of HDR radios is amazing on medium wave. My HDR14, the small portable I got. Oh God, it's really, really amazing. And what I do is I put the receiver next to the AN200 loop from Texan, and it actually is helping out a lot in trying to get and lock into HD stations far away like WPHT 1210 Philadelphia. Jim Gordon, looking at how receivers have developed, my first real radio with direct entry and digital readouts was the legendary Sangean ATS 803A in the mid-80s. I'm sure quite a few of you will remember it. Yeah, I remember that radio when it came out. That was one of the radios I remember looking at in the time. G-Max, a good flex light is Nebo Franklin Flex Bright, 350 lumens, 4 settings, $25.99. Tosanov, 25,000, still strong in Alabama. Jet NG have a Prentice Jace 166 weather band with non-weather band pocket radio lying in my drawers. Joseph has 25,000 coming in super strong this AM. No, nothing. Joseph 10,000 is coming super strong. Just now though, it usually does here though. Jet NG, the SSB on the 909X2 is low in volume. Yeah, that is a major issue of the 909, where a lot of people don't like it for that. It just is, too low in volume. And MRT 6053, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. So, RJ Dakota getting 20, not 25. Brian Leesner, WWV went away, but you can always count on 3330 CHU. Logadiah barely hearing WWV on 25 on the RD239 with telescopic. Very noisy here next to the computer. Wired, what do we have? Jet NG, the 909 is milked over and over by Sangean every decade. Yeah, I'm not sure they will do another one, though. I think Sangean is slowly saying goodbye to the shortwave market. Dustin Love, I rarely hear that one, 6879. Jace Gilbert, welcome aboard from Melbourne, Australia. I'll catch up on replay. Nice to have you here from the future on the other side of the world. Hope you had a great holiday, great Christmas and New Year, or whatever you are celebrating. Lagadiah, I recently bought a used ATS 909, the original. Yeah. Mute Zone, nice to have you here, Mad Radio DXer. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. And what else do we have? Jasmine, 2 hours in, and we have already entered the I remember phase of the show. Brian Lees, their tube TVs are still hanging in there, though. Yep, There's a lot of them. A lot of them. There's so much, especially with all the very high voltages required for the tubes and everything. TVs were probably the last devices that, held on to tubes for so long. The only reason a lot of radios kept using tubes when the transistor came on was because the All-American 5 setup, which was so basic, was so cheap to produce, that for a long time the All-American 5 tube receivers were still, what people bought because they were cheap. Roy, nice to have you here, Roy, in New Hampshire. S9 on 6879. The Malahide DSP SDR2 overloads with some antennas on shortwave. Yeah, I've got a Chinese one, and sometimes it does overload. You got to play with that RF gain. Jasmine, technology moved really slow from the 50s, 70s, from what I can tell. By the biggest innovation in TV was it went from black and white to color. We had that transition back then in the 50s to 70s from all things tubes to all things transistors. So probably what was slow is, first of all, the transistors were expensive when they started to show up, compared to today where you get transistors for, a nickel. And a lot of technology was not necessarily improved. It was just transitioned. It's like, okay, I've got this made with tubes, now I'll make it with transistors. But it was essentially, you're doing the same thing and smaller. RJ Dakota, when I was a kid, we bought our first color TV in about 1967. A repairman always came out for repairs on it. Modern TV is far cry from that. Yeah, and today they don't even make it. You don't even make repairs today. Thank you, Mike WX50, for the donation through PayPal. Today it's first of all, technology today is really, really much better in terms of how it is just working. You don't, you buy something today, and for the most part, you'll have it for a very long time. Unfortunately, in some cases, but we're in that phase where repair is not an option most of the time, or too complicated unless you can do it yourself, or if it's done, it's not priced right. I still remember my Toshiba TV that I had before the Samsung I got here. In the living room, I had a 50-inch Toshiba. I had it for about 4 years, and it started blinking. The display would go dark and come back. And when I went to YouTube, was it a repair guide that said, "Oh, this is a flaw on a ton of Toshiba TVs," and what was the problem is that one of the chips that would control the lighting was overheating, and after a few years, it would fail. So, the guy showed what to change and everything. If I wanted to take the time to do it, I could have opened the TV, purchased the chip for $2.79, and then it's, putting that new chip in place to replace the old one, and using your soldering skills and all, and to make it last longer, the guy would say, now put a heat sink over the chip. And putting a heat sink over the chip would fix the problem. It would never overheat again, you know? But, I mean, it's a simple, for some people that are knowledgeable and good in electronics and soldering techniques, it was an easy fix. And I gave it to a friend of mine. I told, hey, you want to have a TV that you can fix? It's 50-inch. And he said, yeah, sure. I said, well, take it. I'm purchasing a Samsung, because I wanted a bigger TV anyway. He fixed it. He fixed it, and I would bet that it probably still works today. But just out of curiosity, I asked a repair shop not far from here, if I would bring this to you guys, how much would it cost? And the guy looked and said, the repair would cost you $485. And I told the guy, I said, I paid $500 for it. You're asking $500 for a fix. It's a nonsense. And what I understood is that the guy, he didn't fix the chip like, I knew that it was dead. He just changed the board. And that's the unfortunate problem of a lot of repair guys today, or repair places. You don't fix it. You replace the board. Yeah, I could have purchased a board online, which had all of it, And I think I looked at it, and like the board was like $150. But, you're a repair guy. You could use a soldering iron and just change the chip, put a heat sink. And, your time and the chip. But they don't do that anymore. They just don't do that anymore. They don't want to go through the hassle of doing that. Next frequency, by the way, for the Moscow, St. Petersburg, Russia, CW, 7652. So if you guys want to try it, 7652 CW. 7652 CW. I'll actually tune it here. By the way, I'm going to try 20. 20 is coming in okay. 15. Barely. And the noise. 10. Not very strong. So I'll put myself in CW. And go to 7652, which has a lot of noise. We'll see if I hear 7652 in 7 minutes time. So we still got 7 minutes. Yeah, 4K, 8K, and all of that. Yeah, things are moving faster, much faster. Already, it's crazy how gradual the black and white to color transition was. Yep. So Mike WX50, thank you for the donation. Two Broke Tim, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. Jasmine can't remember last time I actually watched an actual TV. Old Radio was the first, came out with the CT100 in 1954 before my folks were alive, but it took my folks' families until the 70s to get color sets. I remember our first color TV. I was quite young. My uncle was a TV radio repairman. And, from time to time, you would get this client where they would send the thing to repair, but it would cost too much money. So they would say, like, I don't want to pay that. So he'd have the TV. They say, keep it. So it was a 26-inch wooden, super heavy wooden cabinet thing. And my uncle repaired it. And I guess it was 1975-ish. I was about 6 years old, not much more than that. We went to my uncle's, and my uncle said, well, I got a color TV here, 26-inch. I fixed it. It works fine. The tube's a little worn out, but it should be good for a while. And I don't know how much my dad paid for it, but all I knew is when we came back home, we had a 26-inch color TV in the living room. And I remember that set enough that I would wake up on my Saturday mornings, because we didn't have cable TV, and I would fiddle with the rabbit ears so that I could get Channel 5 WPTZ across the border here in the United States to hear, so I could view my cartoons. I could see the Bugs Bunny and the Bugs Bunny show and the all the cartoons on Saturday morning, basically. I remember my mom saying, "Stop fiddling with the antennas. You're gonna break the TV." I could see all my Saturday morning cartoons. James Radio check. Zenith add a tube production factory in Melrose Park, Illinois, close to where I used to live. Remember to sign. The quality goes in before the name goes out. Lagadai, the only TV I see is when my wife plays recorded Stephen Colbert from the night before. Man. So thanks for the donations, guys. It is much appreciated. James Radio check. Ron Ver. Thank you so much, Ron and Jim, for the donations. And yes, I will buy Paul some treats for sure. Ron. Tosalo, the other night I was using the Kiwis to listen to RFRE frequency 13560 to see what you can hear in different cities. The main thing I hear here is 5 dots. Marvin Motts, my favorite radio was a hybrid wherein the RF portion was vacuum tubes and output stage transistors. Reminds me of my guitar, my Marshall guitar amp here, which is a hybrid, which has a transistor side and a tube side, depending on what sound you want to have when you play with distortion and stuff like that. Jim Gordon says somebody is powerfully transmitting in English on 4625, the buzzer frequency. Oh wow. It's kind of interesting. So let's see if we hear Morse code in a few seconds. Yeah, I'm hearing it not very strong once again. but I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it on the magnetic loop on the ICOM. I'm definitely not hearing it on the end fed on the Yisu. Dan L says, I have an ARRL handbook from 1960, the year I was born. It's fun to just flip through and see how much has changed and advancement that were made. Once again, if you guys want to go back in memory lane in terms of magazines and books, I can tell you, go here and go check out the stuff they have. I often go and download magazines, radio magazines from the 30s, 40s, 50s on this website. And if you are looking to have all the 73 amateur radio magazines, the popular communications, monitoring times, this place, and enough for years and years of reading, worldradiohistory.com. Go check that out. Extremely, extremely nice place to see stuff. And if you want to cry, just go and take one of the monitoring times from like 1990 and go and look at the international broadcasts in English that we could have back in the day and cry your heart out. So Jim Radio Check, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Mike WS50, Apple TV has a show called Pluribus that has shortwave as an important part of the story. Oh, interesting. Aliens using shortwave. That is good. Old radio. Sylvania made a black and white console TV until 1980. Sylvania, that company, had a factory in the city of Drummondville here, to the east of Montreal. And my uncle was living right next to the factory, and every time we would go there, they had this big, huge tower that ended as kind of in the form of a light bulb. And it was called Sylvania. And 3WR ham radio Elmer. I repair at cost plus 100. I guess that's why I'm so busy. Well, yeah, because for a lot of stuff that is expensive, that's okay. I mean, if you'd repair my Yaesu, tell me, okay, it's going to cost you, $40 in parts and $100 for the repair. Yeah, of course I'd say yes. In an instant. It's actually a very low price. I had when I would do my tech duties and fix computers, that's what killed a lot of small businesses like mine. It's in 2000 when I started, people would buy a computer. It cost you $2,000 for a computer in 2000. So if I came out and said, "Oh, to fix your computer with parts and everything, $275," they would say, "Yeah, fix it. It's less than 2,000." Problem is, as time went by, computers dropped in price terribly. And a lot of people bought really cheap computers. A lot of people paid for me to fix a computer which didn't need a fix. It just needed to have what it didn't have when you bought it, which is, you bought a Windows Vista computer with 2 gigs of RAM, and you are going crazy as to why it's slow. people didn't believe, because, you know, I understand there's a lot of guys out there that try to just screw you over. People didn't believe that RAM was so important in computers. And what I would do is I always had a RAM with me. And I had some RAM that were test RAM, that I knew they were good. And if I want to test something, I have RAM for that. So what I would do, I would tell them, okay, well, if you boost that to 4 or 8 gigs of RAM, you'll immediately see a difference. So they would always be like, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think that would change anything. I said, look, I got RAM. I'll stick it in. We'll turn it on. Play with it for 15 minutes. And let me know. And they were all like, wow, it's so fast. Yeah, it doesn't have enough RAM. That's why it's slow. And it was always end up with the same thing. Okay, how much for the RAM? I tell them the price, the total price of fixed RAM and everything. And they would say, yeah, I'll go for it. But people didn't notice or understand one thing. You paid $349 for it thinking you had a good deal. You just added $150 more for RAM and service. Well, that means you should have paid $500 for your computer instead of $349, and you would have had a computer that no tech guy would have gone over. And there was a lot of that at some point. And I always thought stores and manufacturers were so dishonest in selling that crap, not enough RAM computer to people. But hey, I made a living off of a lot of it for a while. I mean, you know, but at the end, you know what? There's a minimum price that you can't go. I mean, if that's your living, and people don't understand what living means. Yeah, when you got a business, I can't charge you $25 to go to your place. It doesn't work like that. I won't make any money in a high, you know. So, God. Well, it doesn't matter. CW is CW. Whether it's up or down, it will still be okay. N3WR. I mean, it's just centered up from the frequency or down from the frequency, but it's still centered for offset of CW. So the only reason U and L exist in CW is if what is up in frequency is interfering with what you're listening to. You'll go to the lower part of CW. But in the most part, here, an example is that the Yaesu has lower and upper for CW. The ICOM has just CW. It doesn't have a choice. It doesn't give you a choice. It doesn't matter which one you choose as long as you have nothing interfering with your signal. So there's going to be a last one in case of traffic on 8176. So 8176 to try. 8176 to try. But I can tell you that the difference between the two radios is not that I used upper or lower here. It's really in below 10 megahertz-ish. My infant antenna that is on the Yaesu has too much noise compared to the ICOM. Tusselov, at one time I wanted to get one of those um, surface mount device tools, but never did. A friend of mine is good at that. My friend that repaired my Toshiba has all the tools for a surface mount. And he's really, really good. He fixed the Pro 43 scanner I have here. When I did the mod for cell phone, I messed up, and in a big way. And I told him, I said, can you fix what I just messed up? And he took it in, and he bring it back 2 days later and said, here, it's all right. You know, but I always hated he's never wanted money. I would always tell him, how much you want? No, I don't want any money. You're my friend. And I was like, no, you spent hours fixing what I did bad. You know, it's the same for the Kenwood 5000. The Kenwood 5000, my friend who fixed it never wanted money for it. He actually recapped it. He paid for the capacitors and all. And he was always telling me, well, you know, it's fun. For me, it's my fun. I enjoy doing it. Yeah, but come on. I would have given him a couple of $100 to have fixed it. I would have paid the capacitors and give him, like, you know, $150, 200. I mean, you took the time to repair it, but, you know, you never wanted any money. Marvin Mott says, Dan, okay, Blogger Die, watch more YouTube than anything else. Yes, pretty much the same here. You know, this is a smart TV I have in front of me here, where I'm watching all of this. What I do here, it's YouTube. So, and I work on that computer, but if I'm watching something, I mean, it's a TV, it's a smart TV. I'm not using the smart TV side much, but I will, maybe a little Netflix, maybe a little Prime, but I'd say YouTube / Netflix / Prime. YouTube is 90% of what I do, and 10% is either Prime or Netflix. And that's pretty much it. And TV itself, I only watch TV itself because of my caregiving duties, and that person is watching TV all the time. So I'll be exposed to TV because of that, but I'm not going to watch TV. Blogger Die, my uncle was the local radio TV repair guy too. Oh, cool. I'm going to check something here. Before, how about 4625? Hearing anything here on upper sideband? Not hearing anything. Not hearing anything on 4625 tonight. Last time I've heard something on 4625, it was with a portable, my Texan S2200, and I was outside in the balcony in the back. So it was warm enough for me to be outdoors. I remember it was this fall at some point. That's pretty much it. $7645 upper sideband. I'm not hearing anything there. There's pirates, just out of curiosity. Seems to be pretty quiet right now. So waiting for the 8176 St. Petersburg, Russia spy number station and Morse code. Free to choose cable TV. It reminds me when we moved to San Diego and realized that we came in that cables hadn't been disconnected. Yeah, that happened so much back in the day. They would not disconnect the cable. So people would move, and I remember my brother moving to an apartment, and the cable lie on the floor, and I said, "Hey, let's plug it in and see if it works." And my brother had free cable TV for at least 3 years, at least. It changed when one day one of the guys that was on the street with his cable truck was doing repairs or something. And I guess he noticed that, oh, that one is plugged in and it's not supposed to. And he unplugged it. And he lost it that day. But it was a good 3 years that he had cable for free. Shortwave Archive, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Jet and Jet used to be on the site Global Tuners. Yeah, Global Tuners, yeah. That is it's still going on today. That's the before the Kiwi SDRs. We'd go on Global Tuners. Awesome love. 4625 upper sideband. You might hear the buzzer, but you got to be patient. You got to try regularly. Certain times of year are better than others. Wired Dave hearing CW on 7651 upper sideband. Let's check that out. Nothing here. Hey, Nicole. Nice to have you here, Nicole. G6PGV from the UK. Jet NG. Over the years, I've had St. G 909 original, Grunning S350, K2PL, LKA 1103, Texan PL 660, Sony SW7600JR until 2023. DH1AO S7652 CW strong in Germany or Northern Europe. I don't hear 7652 in Alabama. Oh, okay. No, that was earlier. I'm slow. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Distracted here. Free to choose. Back in the day, my shortwave days, I wasn't looking for stuff in French or English. I was learning Spanish at the time. Brian Leesner's just made a nice contact on the WT2, and we're discussing the LCD issue. Go ahead, wipe away the fingerprints from the screen, and have your heart drop because you feel like you've destroyed the LCD. Yeah, no. You didn't. It just changed the pattern, but you could fix it by just using a wipe. And there we go. I'm hearing the CW. I'm hearing it on both this time. Eight 176. Coming in on the Yaesu. And coming in on the ICOM. This is where both antennas get to pretty much being equal and receive. I've seen some old radios that came with only 1 gig. It was crazy. 1 gig. Brian Leisner, the D808 has RDS time setting bug. The minutes are correct. Always 00. That X. Okay. It's interesting. And you tried different sources where it could actually set time? Because I've noticed that sometimes the time isn't right because of the source. Tosino PL330 has a cover over it, so you can't actually touch it. Tosino by the old DX440 has one. Don't think it's sensitive or it has a cover. What else do we have? Alan 3598, YouTube is how cable used to be back in the day. More experimental. Yeah. There's a lot of these channels. Yeah. Kenneth, have you had your TV vaccination yet? RJ Dakota, my uncle wasn't the local TV repairman. He used to sell TVs for a large local retail store. He was a vendor for Zenith America at the time. No, Netflix is allergic to VPNs. Absolutely. That and sharing of passwords. Tim check has a DSP version. Is happy with it. Cool. The H1. The H1AO is receiving the CW Russian demarker on 8494.7. GMAX is getting 9265, which is WINB. Don't know if that is so weird for a music channel to have that happen. Wire Dave 8176 CW coming in strong. Toslow doesn't hear 176 tonight. Brian Leesner, yeah, I know reliable RDS sources. Okay. Where Dave has a pirate on 6950 AM. St. James do RDS the best. As far as timekeeping, I could swear the St. James do RDS checking while in standby. Yeah, I don't know. The RDS that I love the most is the one on the Shoyang LC90. That hybrid smart radio. Man, is it beautiful on that screen. It's just great. But yeah, the Sanjian ATS 909 has as beautiful output for RDS. So, guys, I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I have to do my caregiving duties. And of course, don't forget, if you want to give a little something here through the super chat or the Chinese food and cat treats fund through PayPal, you can do so here. And I will be back in a few minutes. I'm still hearing the Morse code off of the Russian number station. So back in a couple of minutes, guys. All right. I'll also bring myself beer number 2 to continue with you guys. And we are back. Cheese. Yeah, and like Jet NG says, the Eton satellite executive and traveler are nice on with RDS also. Absolutely, definitely. Yeah, that's why I turn off the D808 automatic time check because I put my clock in UTC. Hello there, Atari. The D808 has a lot of static for an APT dweller. I think you have, and you live in Colorado somewhere to get a good signal on a ranch in a ranch house. It's not a question of the D808. It's a question of, unfortunately, a lot of living in the cities is a lot of problems for a shortwave for a radio listener. SWL signals Hertz 8176 in Florida. Terms of radio check, you ever notice when you order Chinese food, no matter how much you order, 15-20 minutes? Yeah. I always thought that Chinese food was quick because a lot of them had buffets. So they were constantly making whatever you're ordering and would always have quickly what you are going to eat. So it was always very quick to bring it to you. We've got a new Asian one here. It's been, well, new. It's been there for now maybe a year and a half. And, man, they have real Asian stuff on the menu that is like, you look at it and you're like, yeah, I'd like to try that, but with somebody that knows, you know, Chinese, real authentic, like Asian Chinese food. Not the American Chinese things that a lot of people buy. Teddy Giotto, Midnight Hammer, Toast and Love. Been meaning to make one of those loops, but not yet. I have a high noise level. Magnetic loops are good if you have high noise level. They're you know, surprising. They sometimes here, definitely here, they are a lifesaver. I could hear stuff that I couldn't hear if it wasn't for the loop. Jet NG, nearly 4 years ago, Ethon released a radio that was overpriced in the IC73. Yeah, no loop antenna and shielding for AM shortwave as a repeat of the old E1. Yeah, I think Ethon will never do a new radio again. They're going to surf on whatever they have now. It's sad because one that I absolutely would have loved to see is that small It was like the Ethon executive size, and it had a color display. That radio I would have loved to see. Unfortunately, the extremely bad radio that they came out with, which is still sold in some places. Radio World in Toronto has some in stock, apparently. And every time I see that, Radio Romania about to sign on in English on 6030 kilohertz. Not a bad signal here. I was checking for Turkey, but it doesn't seem to be there. Loggerdy, my house was burglarized and they stole my color TV, small portable tube set. I think I got a better TV with the insurance money. That's possible. Dave Boxcar has Radio Feta 11610 strong. That's coming out of Madagascar. Let's check it out here. 11610. Extremely powerful. That signal is so strong. 11610. Loggerdy has Radio Feta strong on RD 239. Bill Penn, I remember Global Tuners when it was called Java Tuners, but someone at Java demanded their name be removed. Yeah, and you actually really needed to have Java installed to tune the receivers back in the day, which was kind of interesting. So I guess they're going to, as we're getting into 23 UT. Anything new coming out here? Signing off. And is Spain on tonight? Yeah, 9690s there. It's not very strong though. Spain on 9690. 6030 Radio Romania. So in Turkey seems to be missing. Chad Cavalier, did you have any issues connection your monitor to your radio? What type of cable did you use? So I never had any problems connecting to Yaesu, but I know it is finicky. You cannot use adapters. You cannot use weird cables. You need to have, if possible, a monitor that has DVI connection in it. A lot of people using USB to whatever conversion things, it doesn't work, or DVI to HDMI doesn't work. It's part of the Yaesu. You know, I find it stupid that Yaesu doesn't do a HDMI output. That is so standard, but they decided to use DVI. So I purchased the Asus monitor here because it had a DVI connector, and just purchased a standard DVI cable. I never had any problems. But I know that some people do, and that the radio doesn't like at all if there are any types of adapters of any kind and so on. The H1AO buzzer is on maintenance. The guys on the web is DR20 chat wrote minutes ago, so pirates take the frequency. Brian Leesner, I like the D808. It's fun finding the quirks in the firmware. Tosanov, I need to take down my random dipole so I'll have some extra motivation to make a loop. Blagadai, my D808 mistranslates the program type in RDS. It does RDS rather than RBDS. GMAC, I'm going to purchase the Lead Gianni RD239 just because lighted buttons. JetNG, the Ethon Elite Satellite HD was overpriced at $800 US and had many problems from the HD lockup on FM and the AM shortwave that some demonstrated had no shielding. Yeah. It unfortunately was so badly designed. And you know, I mean, at the price they sold it, come on. And it was so obvious they would never fix it. You know, they would never fix it. The H1AO, been to China a lot, and the taste of the food is different. They use herbs and spices we simply don't have. Brian Leesner, Jet NG is 6925 active right now. Let's check it out. Is there anything live right now on the pirate bands? There's an AM pirate and he's on 6956. There's another one, AM mode 6950. So 6926 and 6950 are the two frequencies that I know some. Six 6926 and 6950. Let's check HF Underground. What do you see there? In HF Underground, what they see is 6935 upper sideband at 2251 or something. I didn't hear anything here. 6922.2 AM was the frequency reported for someone. Radio Free Euphoria is what's on 6950 AM. So that's pretty much what we have right now. Hey, The Wind and E8RH. Nice to have you on board from New York. Chad, what radio you have the monitor in the back of you hooked up the FTDX10? Yeah, this is a FTDX10. RJ Dakota 11610, Brian Leesner 11610. Jet NG RNE ceased operations on medium wave a while back. I'd like to know if they really did, because they were supposed to cease by the end of the year. But I heard a lot of reports that they would still continue on for a little while in 2026. So I don't know if anybody can confirm they're really off or not. Wire Dave, Radio Romania, 6030, strong here. Canada Joe, when I worked for Radio Shack, I sold several bike radios. Should have bought one for myself, as I broke my Sony 7600D by dropping it while biking. Yeah, these were made specially for that. So at least, You know, those would have been better than dropping a Sony 7600, probably. But yeah, I remember those. I never purchased one of those. I got one here somewhere, an old Radio Shack realistic AM radio for. It's an AM radio only, if I'm not mistaken. For the shower. It's like a square. I don't know where it is exactly. David in Barcelona, Spain. Nice to have you on board. And recently I made my AirSpy HF Discovery SDR remote by means of the Raspberry Pi. Cool. Yeah, definitely. There are some portables that have bigger ferrites that actually improve long distance AM reception. No, I've got a Super Radio 3 here and I don't use it. I find it mostly very crappy for what it is. Check it out here. Anybody else in? Just looking at what's in here. Any comms or anything that would be of interest to anyone? Here we go. Thank you, Nickel, for the sweet and sour treat. Cool. Catherine Tedesco, thank you for the donation. William Mead, thank you for the donation. Mike Hill, thank you for the donation. Kenneth, thank you for the donation. Perry, thank you for the donation. It is much appreciated. You guys are great, and really, it's amazing to have all of these donations, guys. So thanks so much for all of you and the donations. It's really appreciated. Through PayPal, by the way. What else do we have? Did you, Kenneth, did you wanted to purchase a new Commodore, right? Just out of curiosity? So, anybody on the email? Okay. Seems okay. Okay, so what else do we have? JetNG DX 1230 WTIV on the Super Radio 3 1 month ago. Last one of the last times I used it, there was a station. There's still a station in Ontario on 1580 kilohertz, and it was a lot of fun. I still remember when they had that special show on people that DX medium wave stations. It was really cool that an AM radio station actually takes time to do a special broadcast to talk about geeks that DX medium wave faraway stations. It was pretty cool, and they were taking calls of people that were doing that. It was really, really nice. I remember back then, and it was just after, because here in Quebec for a long time, 1580 was dominated with the CBC French out of Chicoutimi. And that show, I remember, aired about a year after 1580 out of Chicoutimi had stopped their broadcast. And by the way, if you are listening to the CBC on AM medium wave, listen, because they have applied to be FM only and remove all the medium wave AM transmitters in the coming year. Kenneth, PSK 31 on 14070. Oh, really? I haven't heard PSK 31 in a long time. Let's check it out here. I'll go to PSK and I'll go to 14070. Oops. Oh, yeah, a lot of it too. And look at that. We're going to actually decode it. Decode. So here we go. There we go. Should have a decode. And one will be in... Well, what I like about the decoder software is it decodes multiple streams at the same time. Yeah, CQ test from N9EAT. CQ test, November 9, Echo Alpha Tango. So there's a PSK 31 contest tonight, or today. Test from N0 CQ CQ N0 NM N0 NM. So yeah, the Yisu FTDX10 can decode PSK 31 also. Leave the volume low. So definitely there is a contest on PSK 31. Dave Boxcar has 6180 and 11780, both strong on the radio for Radio Nacional Amazonas. Yanier Gonzalez, please UVB 76. I can try it, but I wasn't hearing it earlier. Nothing here. Lots of RTTY on 40 apparently. Let's go and check it out. Yeah, look at that. Starts at 7037. Lots of RTTY tonight. W8LBZ from AC0DH. Of course, decoding of FT8. It is cool to have the decoder in the radio, but I wish Yesu would have made it better. Doesn't know if I have digipan, but I need to come up with a patch cable. You don't necessarily need to have a cable, you know. If you have a microphone, just make sure it's quiet and the microphone will work fine. Just with the audio and going to the microphone. Swan Lake song on UVB 76 apparently. Michael, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year. Who makes the best portable AM radio for the X-Ling? That's hard to say, and I'm not that big of a medium wave guy, so I'm not necessarily positioned in giving the best, what's the best AM radio out there for anybody that really, wants to do that. But there's a lot of good radios out there. We were talking earlier, all the St. G and HD radios are amazing on medium wave. But it depends what you're looking for and what you want to do. It could be an SDR with a good antenna and stuff like that. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah, it is amazing, and what is also amazing on PSK, it's that the fact that it's only 31 hertz bandwidth, it is surprisingly good at resisting interference. So you could have noise on the band, and the signal is barely audible, and still have a very good decode on PSK 31. Man, 10 flies, eh? WCBS on 880. You guys remember when we did our special live show for that? Where we stayed until WCBS left 880 to be replaced by that sports crap. I miss 880. It was one of the stations I'd go to all the time. David made QSO with N1MM on CQ Worldwide SSB contest. Logged in using his own software. Cool. Yeah, it works. It works great. I use a tablet. I use my Amazon tablet also most of the time for doing that type of decoding stuff. I wonder if probably is not charged, unfortunately. I have to check that. I haven't used it in several weeks, so I would guess that it's probably discharged. Yeah, Toastin' I do it all the time. When I can't find my cables and stuff, and I'm like, who cares? I just make it quiet, put the volume up a little, and use a microphone, and it works great. Celebration North. Has your community heard anything about the strange sound emitting from old television station in Timmins, Ontario? I'm not aware of anything that has to do with that. I don't know if anybody has anything that they've heard about that. David, my IC 7100 going to receive and transmit RTTY natively by itself. Don't need a computer to make QSOs in this mode with it. That's cool. Like I found St. Jean ATS 909 the best of the medium wave radios I've tested. Ceodon R108 is surprisingly good. Grenig G4000A and Quotacen DX286 are both quite good. So that's interesting. That is interesting. Hey, Cosmic Lettuce. Nice to have you here, and it's Happy Affiliate Day. Yeah, that really shows here, Cosmic Lettuce. We're going to be 0 Fahrenheit tonight. We can see that we're that close to the sun. I always find it funny that the coldest time of the year here is the time when the sun is the closest. It's always made me laugh. So happy, let's celebrate the sun making fun of us. Nice to have you here, Cosmic Lettuce. Dawson, thinking about PSK is what I thought could make HF mesh a thing due to the low bandwidths. Yeah, it's peri-alien. Yeah, I always mix. You know what? I always mix up the whatever is what all the time. These two words, it's like the one that's okay. Peri-alien is the closest, and aphelion is the further one. We do have a wolf moon tonight. It's the full moon. It's the full wolf moon tonight. So if you have any wolves in your area, Celebration North. Okay, thanks. Heard it on 2 other channels. Okay. Brian Leesner, and now 15 megahertz WWV is booming in, cleaning the low bass tones. Oh yeah, when you have a radio that has really good bass on the audio frequencies, boy does WWV punch when it has a good signal. That low hum, man, it makes the radio vibrate. That is pretty crazy. Yeah, Perigee too. Yeah, that's all of those. All of those. Whatever is what. All I know is that it's the time of the year where the sun is at its closest, and I think it's tomorrow. Is it tomorrow the 4th? I think that it happens. I think it happens on the 4th. It could happen today, the 3rd. I don't know. Blackguard, I love the WWV bass tones on a Texan PL 880. Vibrates the table. Oh yeah, it's crazy. Especially when that WWV signal is really good. Oh boy, does it show on some of the radios. It's just amazing. Just amazing. I remember the first time I heard it, and it was really intense on... I don't remember what radio I was using, but it was like, oh wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, I got to show you guys what I got. I got to show you guys what I got that I will have to play with. I did not show you guys a little something that you're going to be like, oh, wow. So, This is and comes from Sheldon Harvey. So let me just put this down. Put it back in the box here, right? The guys that had a Commodore computer and wanted to decode RTTY and wanted to decode Navtex and CW. Do you guys remember? Da, 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 da. Look at that, guys. It is the official Microlog SWL cartridge for the Commodore computer. Plus, some of you might have had this one. The Microlog AR1. Look at that long connector to get into the Commodore computer. So, this is pretty cool. Now, what's not cool is that my Commodore 128 computer that I would normally have used with it doesn't work anymore. It stopped working on about a week before Christmas. So I turned it on and everything was fine. And I had my Commodore 64 screen if I wanted to. And spent an evening playing with it, loading games and demos and stuff. And next morning, it's right here right now. Next morning when I turned it on, I only get a black screen. Nothing more. And I have a special cartridge here that is what replaces the disk drive. And there are two LEDs on it, and they don't respond the same way they used to. So, unfortunately, right now there's a problem with that. But Sheldon's going to give me his old Commodore 64. So when I get it, I will plug in the SWL cartridge and do some shortwave decoding of Morse code, Navtex, and RTTY. It would have been great tonight to plug it in somehow here and have it show you the Commodore decode of these RTTY contests. It would have been just so cool. And an old 40-year-old computer that is decoding RTTY with that cartridge. But I'm happy to have that because I had it and I don't know where it is. I lost it at some point. And of course I also had an extra with it. I also got a Timex ZX81, the Timex Sinclair 1000. But I haven't been able to have it work yet. I do have, the power supply wasn't in the box. I do have one that's compatible, but I wasn't able to get an output on the screen. So I'll be checking if it's wrong or if it's just me. But I can tell you, it's so cool. So cool to have all of that. Take care, Blogger Die. Stay safe. Yep, that cartridge. I remember purchasing it. I think I purchased it from Universal Radio back in the 80s. Because I wanted to decode those RTTY digital signals. And I remember hearing one of those press RTTY signals from Senegal, which had French language news. Man, that was the coolest thing in the world. For the first time in my life, I was decoding digital stuff on shortwave. That cartridge cost me a lot. I remember it cost me something like $70 or $80, including postage and everything, to purchase that SWR cartridge back in something like 85, 86, and maybe a little later, 87. And I mean, that's a few $100 today. So, man. Yeah, well, I don't have the fast load cartridge, Jay Watterson, because my what I have is this. You guys are gonna find it interesting. If you, I have an old Commodore. I will highly suggest that you purchase this. What is this? If you're tired of freaking floppy disks and the 1541 slow drive, this is an interface. So it plugs into the cassette tape port to get power. And this is a full replacement to the 1541 drive. So you plug this in the drive, the floppy drive port. And what it does is you work with micro SD cards. Like there's one here. It's a micro SD card. This card contains every single Commodore game and software that ever existed in the world. And you put that in here, and you plug that into your Commodore, turn it on, and you can actually boot the menu of this thing and choose what you want to launch in the software and the images that you can download off the internet. So no more fiddling with drives and floppy disks and anything. You download any image that you want to use from the internet, put it on the SD card here, but we'll work on the real Commodore computer. It is kind of a drive replacement. So this is what I've used on the Commodore 128, and it works on the Commodore 64 also. And I have the same equivalent on the Amiga 500 and the Atari 1040 ST, so that I don't have to have floppies anymore. Jet NG's first real computer, Windows 98. My first official computer was a VIC-20, Commodore VIC-20. I never had a TRS-80, Jay Watterson. What's on 7095? All I hear around that right now are RTTY signals, radio teletype. So these are amateur radio teletype that you can decode with a computer or even a tablet or even your phone. There's apps on everything that can decode RTTY. So, for example, if I go here and I do Droid RTTY and I put the volume high enough, if I put it close enough here, so here is a contest, and my phone has just decoded the contest info. So it says here, whoops, CQ test, Alpha 3 Romeo, that's the station calling CQ in the test. And just with the audio of the radio and this piece of software that is a radio teletype decoder on my smartphone. So that's what you hear. And it will do the same thing if we get, I don't hear if we'll get 14.07. Yeah, so there's some PSK here. Look at that. I'll quit. And PSK. Same thing here. And here we go. I just, with that software, PSK decoder, so CQ PSK Fest from KD9 NHZ. Here we go. Look at that. And then it's PSAK, which means please reply back. And so that's another software, PSK decoder, on a smartphone. Just using a smartphone. RGA decoder, recognized as small Timex computer, but it in 1980s off a cable TV station like HSN. Worked pretty well for what it was. It used a cassette recorder much like the TRS-80. Yeah, and that is cool, but because you know what? When I have it working, I saw on a YouTube video that the images for it, what you do is there's a piece of software that you can download, takes the disk image from what was the software at the time. It recreates the audio frequencies. So all you have to do is plug an audio cable between a PC and the cassette audio on the computer, the Texas Instrument, and just type the load command or whatever, and you will actually load games just using audio frequencies, games and software. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Bill Pennant, speaking of RTTY, did you used to purchase the Klingenfuss guides? I purchased that several times in the past, especially in the 90s. I used to have the Klingenfuss guides. As a utility column editor for the Messenger, I should probably purchase the new one, but it is very expensive. But it is very complete also. So maybe I should look into it. But yeah, I used to purchase that Klingenfuss guide several times in the past. I purchase it. Yep. Cosmic Lettuce, my first computer was a ZX81. Learned BASIC on it. You had to. Still have it and still works. Last time I checked. Brian Leisner, 1541, 1471 full emulation. It does not emulate the 1571. So if you have a Commodore 128, that thing does not emulate the 1571. So it will stay slow. Like the 1541. It really emulates just the 1541. I had a 1571 with my Commodore 128 back in the day, and I would do BBS stuff. Boy, that 1571 was so fast compared to the 1541 when you were in 128 mode. Jay Watterson, back in the BBS days, people would have 1541 stacked on top of each other to run their BBSs. Yeah. This is what I liked of the Commodore 128 back in the day. A lot of BBSs were PC BBSs, and they would have ANSI mode for the display of a BBS, of a screen on BBS. And so at first they were only pretty much compatible with other PC computers. And I had the 128, which has an 80 column mode, and I had that 1084 monitor, which was a funky monitor. And so I could go in 128 mode in 80 columns, and I had the PC compatible ANSI terminal. So I could go to all the PC, the IBM PC compatible BBSs, and I would see everything perfectly clean. And friends would come over and says, "How can you have it so clean and beautiful on a Commodore?" It's like, because the Commodore 128 can do 80 columns, which is what the screen was on an IBM PC and the terminals were doing. So, boy, those were good old days for me. When I talk about that or just think about it, oh God, it's just, I still remember today. Hey, you guys want to kick? If you had a Commodore computer and you went online, what did you use back in the day? A modem, of course, right? Well, what modem did you use? And most of us use? I got one here. Look at that. This is the official Commodore modem 1200 baud. Look at that. In the box with its cables, everything. I had one of those for years on the Commodore. So, man, this is like a gold mine of stuff in this bag that Sheldon gave me. He said, "Oh, you'll have stuff that you probably know what it is." Oh yeah, man. There's a lot of cool stuff in this bag. And if you guys have ever been on BBSs and were like me a lot of the time on BBSs, there's a really cool documentary on YouTube called the BBS. It's like the BBS documentary. It's, I think, 3 or 4 2-hour parts, and you will be transported back in time in the good old days of BBSs and how you behaved and how it was. And the first time, I still remember the first time the sysop broke in to the BBS to chat with me, and you're like terrified. You don't know what to do. It's the first time somebody's chatting live, and you know that the sysop was there watching you, everything you would do. Doug Noble, nice to have you here. Came across a video about the time in '71 when a radio station in Indiana went on emergency alert in preparation for foreign attack. Turned out to be a mistaken signal from an Air Force base. There were a lot of those, unfortunately. It's nice to see that we're still alive. For Android, the best, because I think those that I have here, the guy that made them doesn't do them anymore. So what I would suggest is you go on your app store and search for like RTTY decoder. And here I've got a few apps that are, so SSTV decoder. Black Cat Systems particularly has a lot of these apps. The guy that I purchased, yeah, Black Cat Systems. Here you go. You'll have RTTY, you have PSK decoder, you have SSTV decoder, you have WeatherFax decoder, and so on. So check them out. Or search through just type and search amateur radio, and you'll see what's available. Brian Leesner's first purchase, macro assembler. Thought myself 6502, 6510 assembler. A lot of us learned to program. A lot of us learned to program because of, Commodore or even TRS-80 and so on. Yeah, FTRX for FT8 works great. Are Fire tablets still any good as of 2026? Yeah, they are great. What you do is you get a Fire tablet, because the problem with the Fire tablet is that it is, when you purchase it, it's made to use the Amazon App Store, which is the crappiest thing around. So what you do with the Fire tablet that you purchase is you go online and you search for installing the Google Play Store on Amazon Fire tablet. There, they will show you how to do that, and then you're going to have a tablet that can run anything. This is what I did with mine. I put the Google Play Store on my Fire tablet, and it makes a good price versus performance tablet for doing almost anything. Yeah, on iPads and iPhones, most apps for decoding are not free. You have to pay for it, which I don't mind. Honestly, somebody took the time to create an app for you to do what you want. I am okay with, selling an app. Where I have a problem is when they go crazy. Like, oh, my app is $50. I was like, no, no, please. My app is $5. All right, I'm okay with that. If my app is $50 or it's a subscription, no, 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 no. But if they're $3, $4, $5, $6, even $10, all right, I got no problem. As long as if it does what I want and it's mine and it's okay, I'm fine with it. The apps that I have, I paid for. The one who made the apps that I was showing right now, which are not available anymore, each charge, I think I paid at least $3 or $4, if not $5 each, which I've got no problem, and they work great. J. Watterson 69, the same 1200 baud modem. What program do you use for your war dialing? Oh, God. This is pretty cool. Oh yeah, Fire tablet without Google Play is, look, it's not great. Yeah, honestly, it's not great. W0IZ test. CQ PSK Fest. It's called a PSK Fest. CQ PSK Fest. So this is pretty cool. JRYT06, man, I hate being ADHD and a tech guy. I'm so tired of going from computers to networking to audio stuff, then music. I still think you can jam Lineage OS into at least some Fire tablets. Might be possible. Might be possible. Jonas is 69. Have you read Kevin Mitnick's Ghost in the Wires? No, I've never. I'll check it out on. Must be available through Kindle or something. I'll check that out. So yeah, there is a contest going on. So it's RTTY. You know what? I'm starting to think is that maybe it's a general digital contest. Contest January 3, 2026. Amateur radio. So January 3rd. Okay, there's the PSK Fest for digital. And there's the RTTY Roundup from ARRL. There's something interesting here called the Old School Classic 1960s QSO Party. Tomorrow and Monday. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Anything else here? So on ID 6938 AM, there's 6925 AM. Let's check it out. I got a lot of noise. I got nothing here but several AMers, pirates right now on the bands. Brian Leesner, it would be nice if the SDR Play people put decoding in the SDR Connect. They seem to be keeping the NRSPST a secret, and you can't use it with SDR++, my personal favorite. Yeah, the problem with some of the apps like SDR++ is not SDR Play. It's who is creating the other software that doesn't want to add SDR Play devices because there's competition. An example of that is SDR Sharp. SDR Sharp used to be running SDR Play devices, and then the people at Hairspy purchased that, and they kicked out SDR Play from the software. So we ended up with SDR Play devices not running on SDR Sharp, which is kind of interesting because it has a lot of plugins. But I know one thing is that SDR Connect, because SDR Connect is still in kind of a beta mode. It's still being tested. So what happens is that they are eventually, when it's going to be official, do like SDR Uno and accept that people add and do plugins to add features. But yeah, it reminds me of the good old days of, again, Commodore. If you were a Commodore user, you couldn't, do things with your TRS-80 friends and do anything with your IBM PC friends, and because nothing was compatible. And I find it sad because SDR devices we have today are a little like that. Everybody pulls on its own string, and can I have a amazingly good do it all SDR software that whatever SDR you're using in life, it just connects to and does what you want. And it would be great for another reason if we could have this is the software. We all know that software. We all know how to use it and to do things in it. And whatever SDR you're using, it will always be the same. Always be the same interface, the same way to do something. So you don't have to explain 40 times for 40 devices how to do this. That day is going to be amazing when one software, and a good one, does it all. And every device runs on it. You know, will it happen? I really don't know. But hey, you know, you got to live with what we got to live, depending on the device you're using, and you know, like I said, everybody pulls on its side because right now, that's why do you pull? Well, it's simple. It's because you want to have this software that people want to use because it's going to work with my SDR that I want to sell. Unfortunately, so we'll see. We'll see the future of SDRs. But still, you know, it's so amazing to use SDRs. I'm the first time I've ever the first time I ever got an SDR, I just couldn't believe how all the things we could do with a device like that. Yeah, the shiny sales pamphlets are always very beautiful. You know, I remember getting the 2 pamphlets by mail from ICOM. The ICOM ICRD 500 that I had, but the sexy, juicy, beautiful, drooling 9500. That's like, I don't know, $10,000. And looking at that full-size pamphlet, I was like, oh, God, this is beautiful. I want it. Of course, I have no money to buy it, but, you know, they have that way of just shoving it in your face, and it's like, look at how beautiful this is. Kenneth, one software to rule them all. Yeah. Jasmine, never owned a shortwave radio that wasn't an SDR. Yeah, I mean, it's the way to go. It's fun to have our portables and all. And I'm happy to have the portables and test them and play with them and go somewhere with them. But, you know, the day I got an SDR, this expensive piece of radio was not used anymore at all. The SDR was so much better and everything I could do with it. Cosmic Lettuce, I turned a coworker on to WebSDR this week. He loves it. Yeah, of course. It's cool. 5950, is it on? Nope, seems off. I got no signal. I got 5990, which is, I guess, China radio via Cuba with no audio, pretty much. I heard China radio with good audio for the first time ever in English on 9790 yesterday or the day before. And I was like, oh, wow. I'm surprised that their signal's so good, honestly. So that was cool. Kenneth, pamphlets remind me of fast food commercials until you buy. Yeah, definitely. RTA Dakota 6180 coming better than 11780. Let's try it out. Let's try 6180 here. This is a radio for low frequencies. It is actually very good. What's on 6160? Oh, it must be WBCQ, right. So 6180 is not bad here. And here, let's check out. For me, 11780 is better, but 6180 is actually very good. Very good with the same programming. Brian Leisner don't have a peak for 5950, right next door to 5960 in Chinese. Yeah, I think 5950 is out of the air tonight. Must be some problem on the transmitter side of WRMI. David, SDRs and hardware-defined radios both have their different strengths and weakness. I enjoy using both, though the classic superhits still give me that more down-to-earth experience. Is web SDR safe? Yeah, absolutely. GMAC. Why the question? Did you get some pop-up or something? 5950 just came on the air. It was a temporary issue at 5950, I guess. Rob from Wick, nice to have you here. So both 6180, 11780 are great here for Radio Nacional Amazona. It's kind of stereo. I have the sound coming off of the Yaesu ear, and I have the sound coming off the ICOM on the speaker on top. It's like, oh, it doesn't matter when it's unsecured. It's like going to EIBI space. What you got to remember is that unsecured is dangerous if you have to give personal information. So if you go to a website that says it's unsecured, if you have to give your credit card number or whatever, yeah, okay, that's very dangerous. That's very dangerous. But here, there's nothing personal that you're giving. Here, you're just streaming something. And, the input you're going to give it is what? A frequency you're going to punch in. So there's nothing personal. So there's nothing to be afraid of. It's like the EIBI space. They don't use secure servers. But you have no personal information you enter there. You just go and watch whatever list. That's it, Cosmic Lettuce, is there any latency when using an SDR? Yeah, slight one. There could be several seconds in some cases. Yeah. So it's not, I've done tests transmitting with my Yaesu and listening on several SDRs that I could hear myself. It's very small. I mean, most of the time it's I'd say it's less than 2 seconds for the most time. But there is a slight latency, yes. Yeah, Nintendo's. That was popular. Oh, a personal one. The one that's plugged in on your computer. Yes, there is still. If you compare an SDR on your computer with a regular radio, you'll see there's maybe a few dozen milliseconds because there's a processing, it's computerized. So there's a processing going on to give you what you want. Where an analog radio has no processing to do. It's just straightforward. So there could be a few milliseconds to a few dozen milliseconds, depending on the software and the SDR itself that you're using on a computer. It's not instant. There's a very, very slight latency. And I see it here. If I tune my SDR play device and my Yaesu, I could see that there's a very slight. It's like an echo. It's like an echo. It's not very far from each other, but it creates an echo effect. Take care, Kenneth. Thanks for the donation once again. Have a happy 2026. Next week is the drawing for CIDX memberships and special surprise box. Yeah, delays have gone down a lot on the internet. Even on YouTube, when you look at live shows and stuff like that, when you look at, clocks that have seconds, delays are not too bad. Once again, this is why we don't use satellites. A lot of people have the impression that on the internet, everything is through satellites. It ain't. Satellites have too much latency. So everything is through undersea cables. So if you're watching me from Europe, well, it's an undersea cable at the edge of Newfoundland that gives you what you see here and goes all the way to Europe, because the latency is smaller like that than it is if they would send it up to a satellite. Now, low Earth satellites like the Starlinks have much lower latency because they are low Earth orbit. So these have very low latency. Everything that goes to geosynchronous orbit satellites, that has terrible latency because a signal is speed of light. It can't go faster. So that distance is enough that it creates a latency that you don't want. So, but maybe someday when there's like 400 million low Earth satellites and that cosmic lettuce is going crazy because he can't see the sky properly because of all the whizzing going by of all these things, maybe that's going to be how the internet's going to be. But, hopefully, I'm one of those, like cosmic lettuce probably. I'm one of those that do not want to see a gazillion low Earth satellites that will make sky observing a nightmare. That's for sure. It's and it has its own other risks too. I mean, I was reading about the amount of first generation satellites from the Starlink that are falling down and giving all these toxic metals and chemicals in the upper atmosphere as they disintegrate. Someday it's going to catch us, and it's going to be bad. Cosmic lettuce wants telescopes on the moon and the L1 and L2 ranges. So these will be much better than Earth telescopes, anyways. That's for sure. So just thinking that if we go back on the moon and we have internet access, I mean, it takes 1.3 seconds for a radio signal to reach the moon. It's already a latency there. So it's kind of interesting to see that. I don't know. Will we invent something that could compensate for that? I don't know. For now, it's kind of impossible because speed of light is speed of light. There's no changing it. So, hey guys, we've been on for 4 hours and 10 minutes. I hope you enjoyed this first live show of 2026. Oops, sorry. Yeah, Voyager almost one light day. Pretty crazy, eh? And we're going to be back next week. Drawing of 2 CIDX memberships. And the surprise box that also will be in the drawing. So I want to say thank you everybody for being here today. Thanks for all those that donated. Once again, you can donate through Super Chat, PayPal, if you want to give a little something. It is so much appreciated. Always fun to have all of you here. It was a great show today again to be here. And next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time, once again for another great show. So you take care, everybody. Stay safe. And you know what? Best radio and everything, and mostly health in the coming year for everybody. Love you all. As we start this new year, 2026 means I've been now doing live shows for what? 13 years. 13 years. Incredible. Take care, everybody. Love you all. Stay safe. Oh, I'm going to show you guys a little something before we leave. For those that are a little geeky, I've got a t-shirt. And the t-shirt says... It's going to intrigue you guys first. So, t-shirt says... Can I lick it? And it has the periodic table of elements on it. So here it says that what's green, sure, go for it. Yellow, maybe, not the best idea. No, light green. Yellow, please don't do that. And red, see you on the other side. And it goes with the periodic table of elements that's on the shirt itself. So that's for all you geeky people out there. All you geeky people out there. So, yeah, boing. I know, David. So, Jasmine says a radio telescope on the lunar far side would be clutch. So take care, everybody. Stay safe. Love you all. And see you next Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. Same place in the galaxy.